Five, four, three, two, one.
A warm good morning to all the viewers who are joining us on the AVP networks for the live coverage of the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. We'll be giving you live coverage of the final round as the game unfolds to decide who will be at the numero uno spot and take away the coveted trophy of this beautiful tournament. This is a stroke play event and it boasts a prize purse of 1 CR alongside world ranking points. And as we look at Aryan Rupa Anand at just 22 on your screens, we have Aryan, Rashid, and Mikhail. Mikhail had a abysmal day yesterday of 1 over, but I'm sure it was his first experience as a rookie playing the leader group. He would have picked up a few experiential points and would be looking to showcase it in round four. I'm being joined by my co-host Ainish, and I am Aditya. We will be bringing you the live coverage of round four.
Good morning, Aditya. Thank you for the introduction as we watch the young stalwart Aryan Rupanand, full of promises, had a stellar amateur career, started off by winning the qualifying school and has been taking it straight on the PGTI since. Here he finds himself at 9 under par starting the round, playing alongside some esteemed company, Rashid Khan, the veteran golfer, if you can call him that. He's still fairly young. We have Mikhail, who had that wonderful round one, watched by the jovial JP right behind him. Mikhail from Italy, turned pro 2016. He's also just 27, going with the driving iron on number one.
Yes, Chandigarh Golf Course is predominantly favors the fade players, and it's a very daunting tee shot at the very first hole, where you have to place your ball to near perfection, as there's no give in terms of letting your ball go in errant directions. As you can see, even the bashful Rashid Khan coming out just with a 3 wood and trying to place the ball so that the approach shot is relatively more easier and gives them a better angle of attack. And he's done brilliantly. He's hugged the left hand side of the fairway and will give him a very good look at the flagstick.
And the first is a very placement tee shot to begin with. I think there's not a lot of reward. If you are taking the right side on with the driver, you still will be left with a tricky pitch. And this play suits most of the players. Most players choosing to play this hole this way. A driving iron or a 5 wood, 3 wood off the tee, and making their approach with a short iron or a short wedge. As we see ourselves here, Aditya, two local lads at the top of the leaderboard. One, obviously, a very, very seasoned and accomplished Gaganjeet Bhullar, and Angachima, also a winner on tour and ever so consistent. And we here see Karandeep Kochar. The interesting bit about Karandeep, I remember players talking about him, especially when he plays in Chandigarh, that he can tell you the line and the read of a putt sitting miles away with his eyes shut. If you just tell him where the ball is on whichever hole, he's that well versed with this golf course. Had a stunning Indian Open. I did manage to follow him for a few holes on the last day, playing alongside Shubhankar Sharma. Played really, really well here on the first for his birdie.
Yes, coaches managed to prove every word said by Ainesh absolutely true. Read it well, stroked it well, and made the most of that hole. I would be presuming that would be his birdie putt because from that far out, and the walk suggests that he has made his opening birdie. So he's kick-started his round with a beautiful birdie, and Vikrant would be looking to do the same as he did on the very first hole in round three. Vikrant, one of those only few players who's got the broomstick putter. The long-handled broomstick putter helps players get more functional with the body and eliminates the factor of wrists in it. So, in case anybody is wondering, these putters are way lengthier than your standard putter, and the rules of golf have evolved a little bit, and these could be anchored before to your torso. But now the new rules of golf do not allow that. So somebody who's having putting yips or putting dilemmas can definitely give the broomstick putter a try.
Hands up, Vikrant doesn't have any of those, and comfortable tap in from about 3.5 feet out. Quite interesting to watch golfers go about their business. I mean, not just in regards to putting. If you look at players, they have all these little tweaks and quirks when it comes to their equipment, and mostly usually with the putter we see that the bigger differences are there, including the grip. I mean, even one golfer goes through like so many different grip changes through their careers. It's a big game of technique and feel.
Yes, here's another look at Mikhail and Rashid Khan's group. Mikhail, also like Rashid, is in the middle of the fairway and has a very good look at his approach shot towards the flagstick. Rather unique rehearsal drill which he does with his left arm tucked in. Different ways to go about your pre-shot routines, and Mikhail is a little unique in his own way.
Speaking of pre-shot routines, Aditya, yours is very popular on tour. Everybody is asking and raving about the entire process.
Well, for the past few seasons, my scores have not been doing the talking, so I thought might as well throw in a few antics. And Mikhail has flared that way to a spot of bother on the right hand side. That'll be an interesting up and down for him on the very first hole.
I feel he got lucky there because the ball seems to have pushed out or kicked out of the trees and then on the cart path, and he could have very well had a loss of ball as well. But if you could call it that, seems like a decent break for him given the quality of the shot.
And here's a look at the group which is going to tee off right now. It's got Amar Malik, Kalin Joshi, and Abhinav Lohan. Lohan recently broke again into the winner circle at the Gujarat Masters, hosted at the Glade One Resort, and he'll be looking to emulate his heroics of round three as he shot a 5 under. And a 5 under today will give him, I mean, he'll have to do better than a 5 under because the tone set by both the leaders, Angad and Gaganjeet Bhullar, is at 17 under. So, but knowing how how Abhinav plays, I'm sure he'll give the flat stick a good rap and give the leaders a little look at the run for their money.
Abhinav Lohan, fondly known as Elbro on tour, having a little light moment with Amardeep Malik, fondly known as Hammer, as we see Khalin Joshi right behind them. Looks quite ultra focused, in my opinion. And Aryan here now, which should be his approach shot.
I think Aryan's gone a little long than he would have liked with his tee shot, but nonetheless, he's got a reasonable angle. And all right, that has got to be his third shot because there's no chance that golf ball can end up there. And the touch shown by the young man from Bangalore is brilliant, nearly holding out his chip shot from a very precarious lie, if I might add.
He's quite the seasoned competitor, but I'm sure there must have been some nerves on the first that would definitely settle those for him.
We didn't see him in the fairway, so I'm presuming he punched out to that particular location. And after that brilliant touch around the greens, he's got a mere formality left for himself in to tap in for the very first hole. Mikhail's not completely out of the stressful zone as he's done reasonably okay from that tight lie which he had after that.
Yeah, I think
Rather mistimed approach shot on the first hole.
after the approach shot, I feel if he can get out of the bogey, should feel good. Didn't leave himself in a very good position there at all.
Well, I think we'll see a few balls on the right hand side of this green as the flag is tucked in more towards the right hand corner of the green. As you can see, Rashid also just smidge off the green, but he's got the flag stick out. And if this man's putter gets going, watch out. He's got some course records set up at staggering, very low red figures.
As we see Abhinav Lohan taking a swipe for the first time today on hole number one, hugging the right side. Could he'd have to manage a little tree. Probably have to cut it around it or take it over it. Depends on how he chooses to go. And Amardeep Malik now with his routine. And surprisingly, that practice swing looks pretty much like how he actually swings the golf club now, with that long pause at the top.
Yeah, with the new swing change at age 38, he
Looking
already
28.
he's already got two wins under his belt, and it's a matter of time when he can add one more feather to his cap. Yes, that prolonged pause is something reminiscent of the Masters winner Higeki Matsuyama. I guess Amar's pause is a little longer than Higeki. He's always had that short backswing. I guess he's working a little more diligently to improve and get better at his game, as most and every player is. When I was listening to Cullen's interview from yesterday, he apparently switched back to his old swing where he used to push a draw, and he's finding himself back into familiar turfs inside the top 10. So different players, different ways of going about it, and here's to see how it's going to fare results for him. Looks to be a solid strike.
Pull it to the left a little. He'd have to.
I think he's hit it in the identical spot he was yesterday. He was in the inside the tree line, managed to hit a very good punch out on the green. Well, the result was a little not what he was expecting as he three putted. But here's a look at Aryan to clean up for his par after that brilliant chip.
Yeah, talking of Cullen, as we watched on screen, he's obviously fairly young. He's 31 and he has six professional wins on tour. And he knows how to win. He knows how to close it out. So it's just a matter of finding some form.
Yes, Cullen's done well in his career as a professional golfer. His major breakthrough win was the Panasonic, if I'm not wrong, at Delhi Golf Club, where he boasted the coveted title of the Panasonic Open. It was a joint sanction event between PGTI and the Asian Tour. So he's got a big title under his belt and a few others inside for the PGTI. So he knows how to get it done. Cullen.
Absolutely. It's just right now he's been outcast by the group. Abhinav Lohan and Amandeep Malik have told him that you didn't hit the fairway, so you walk separately from us. Culling's striding along. Culling's one of those players who's always, he seems like he's never changed. He looks the same. He keeps himself fit. His swing is very recognizable, very routine. At least to my eyes, it feels like the way he swung the golf club 10 years back is very similar to how he does it now.
I think Cullen's more interested in what kind of a condition his ball has ended up. Does he have a swing or not? So while he walks up to her and processes what's the lie in front of him, a look at the top 10 for the moment is Gagan and Angad Chima are at 17 under par, tied first, and followed in close pursuit by Yashash Chandra at 15. And Dhruv, after his prolific round of 8 under yesterday, has catapulted himself in fourth position. Rahil is at 13 under par, and at tied sixth, we have Kalin and Sunit at 12 under par. Amar finds himself standalone at eighth position, 11. Mikhail, after a not so great day off, had a one over in his third round, is at 10 under par alongside Rashid Khan and Abhinav Lohan. So, a lot of golfs to be played between now until the time we find who is going to be the winner of the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024. Anyone who's joining us, all the viewers on different portals, welcome to the live action for round four, and stay tuned for some exciting golf being played in your Tri City. And in case you're not in the Tri City of Chandigarh, we would recommend log on to the different portals, hashtag Professional Golf Tour of India, AVP, Eurosports, and you can see how your favorite players is performing.
As you see, Abhinav Lohan there with a little animated follow through, a little different way of going through that shot because I think given that he was on the right side, he'd have to come up with the tree, so he'd have to had elevate the ball a little quicker than how he would otherwise.
Then Lohan normally has got a medium to low ball flight, so he had to contend with those over looming trees in front of him. Not an easy job for somebody whose ball flight's not that high. So I guess the antics with the feet work was because of that. And let's see what
Khalil taking a
Khalin.
fuller swipe, I would assume that he had some sort of a shot to at least put it around the green, if not on it.
Well, he did brilliantly yesterday from that kind of a situation. And now Amar has put himself in pole position. He's got a clear line, beautiful line of sight to the flag. And with the kind of iron striking he's got, watch out for this flag stick to be rattled if not inside a makeable range.
That's wonderfully done by him. But quite impressive are three golf balls on the green because they were not all in the most ideal of positions, especially Cullen, but he's managed to put it on the putting surface. So impressive nonetheless. Maybe he just likes it. Maybe that was his strategy to go in the left trees because he knows what to do exactly from there.
What's interesting is Amar was in the best position to attack the flag, and he finds himself, after hitting a very good shot, being the furthest away. So, funnier things have happened in this game, and this is just one of those examples that immaterial if you're in the fairway or in a precarious lie, your imagination and ability combined together can give you some uncanny, unbelievable results.
Absolutely. That's Exactly. Anybody who's played the sport knows that is how it goes when it comes to golf. But good to see all three players with the putter in their hands, striding to the green. They find themselves a few shots back, but Aditya, I'd like to talk to you about Cullen and Sanhit and Rahil there. Rahil seems to be finding himself on the top of the leaderboard every week now. And he starts off his round today at 13 under par, and Cullen starting off at 12 under par. Do you think four shots, five shots? I mean, you can always cover it up in golf no matter what, but do you think they're a little while back? You think they're a few shots too far back? And I only ask that because the leaders, Angad Cheema and Gaganjeet Bhullar, I mean, they're not going to be nervous when they tee it up on the first.
Well, Sunit, Khalin, even Amar for that matter, all have realistic looks at chasing down the leaders because they all can put in some extremely low rounds at any given point of the time. And for someone who's sitting at 11 under, 12 under, that means they're having a good week. So I won't rule out anyone as of right now to not be able to contend for the title. But yes, it's a very steep task for all of them to catch the heroics being performed by now, till now, by Gagan and Angad, because Angad and Gagan have put themselves at 17 under par, and from the looks they were going about it yesterday was 17 was something which they were not satisfied with. They could have definitely been lower. Let's see what transpires over the stretch of the last 18 holes, as we will be completing the 72 holes as of today, and figuring out who is going to pip out rest of the players contending. Cullen's given it a good thump from that far out, and yes, he came up just a fraction bit short in terms of the roll. And here's a look at the young man from the veterans group, Rahil, lining up his very first tee shot of the day. Rahul also electing to be more precise than going with the length. He's just taken his three wood out. So he'll be also looking to position himself more, most importantly than anything. Yeah, looked like a freewheeling swing.
As is always with him, I mean, it surprises me how he's actually getting younger with time. He's getting stronger. He's hitting the ball better and better, if it was at all possible, given how well he struck it at all times in his career. And now, Dhruv Sharon must be exciting for you to watch him. Dhruv, 29.
Yes, Dhruv has been performing well this season. He's been close in a round, and especially after the round which he posted yesterday, he'll be eager to get his fourth round on the way. Familiar finish. That means the ball's intended is going in the intended direction, and rightly so.
Pips out his playing competitors. It's at the furthest, but all three of them on the fairway. Quite exciting to watch a player like Dhruv, in my opinion. He's aggressive of the tee. He's got that wonderful rhythm. I really like the tempo of his swing and works hard. He's one of those guys who's quite an athlete. He's naturally quite good at multiple sports as well.
Yeah, he's been doing well this season, and he's got a good history in this golf course. I think he finished second in the Jim Milka Invitational last year. So he's quite familiar with the golf course. And here's a look at Lohan. In general, Lohan is a very strong putter. So I won't be surprised if he knocks this one in.
I'm
Comes
surprised
up
that he missed it actually.
exactly, comes up just a little short. That animated finish suggests that it needed just a little more of a hit than anything else.
He'd be disappointed, as we can see quite clearly on his face. But 17 more to go, and in his form, he can definitely make a strong run at it. If not catch the leaders, definitely put them under a little pressure. And this is quite the interesting group, Aditya. We've got Sanhit, we've got Dhruv, and we've got Rahil. I mean, years of experience right in the middle of the two youngsters. And with Sanhit in the group, actually, Dhruv also looks like a veteran in comparison. I mean, he's 29. One would say that's fairly young in this sport, especially.
Well,
But
both of them would definitely be looking to pick up a few pointers from the seasoned grey man walking in the middle, and Rahil, the ever jovial and helpful personality he is, he won't mind lending opinions to the youngsters.
well, I think they're all going to actually really enjoy playing and seeing how everybody does what they do as we take a look at the highlights of the groups we watched previously, starting with Rashid there. Sanith finds himself in the fairway alongside his playing competitors.
Yeah, all three players have dispatched their tee shots to very good positions, as all three of them are in the middle or the left hand side, ideal positions to be in.
If you're watching our coverage for the first time, you can see Sanith using a range finding device, helps you with targeting the distance to where you point it. It is being allowed on the PGTI to help pace of play. It's not possible to get yardage books everywhere.
Well, Bushnell is a good addition, as not only does it speed up the pace of play, but also gives the players the exact number from different locations where they have teed up their shots from. So chances are that they can have the correct number. Sorry, the chances are very good that they can perform exactly how Soneth has done after knowing the exact number to dial into.
Definitely had the right, wonderful shot by him, wonderful start by him. Sanit comes from a star sporting family indeed. His sister Gorika Bishnoi, also one of the top players in women's professional golf in the country. Rahil now, middle of the fairway, quickly going about his business, peppering the flag right there, not getting enough check with his iron shot, but a look at birdie nonetheless.
Yeah, the greens seems to have firmed up a little bit because there was definitely more grasp yesterday. And good to see the familiar person handling the bag back again on Ryal's bag.
Dhruv now with a mere wedge in his hands. Perfect angle for that right flag.
He was trying to launch it higher after seeing what happened to his playing competitors' balls. Also, not enough bite as he would have liked. But nonetheless, all three are in makeable vicinities of their very first birdie for the day.
We see all again. It's the same thing happened. Sanit was the furthest away. He's the closest.
Yeah.
Dhruv was the closest. He's the furthest away for his birdie. And now we take a look at the leaderboard. And if you look on the leaderboard, we have Gaganjit Bhula, Rangachima, and Yashash Chandra. And we saw them on our screens as we get ready for the leader group to tee off. As the penultimate group of Sanit, Rahil, and Dhruv make way to the first green, the leader group must be ready now.
Yes, professional golf has grown leaps and bounds over the years, and all of that has been possible by collegiate efforts of the Professional Golf Tour of India, joining hands with a lot of sponsors to our partners. Amongst a few are the long-standing Tour partners Tata Steel and Bisleri, Amrutanjan Fruitnik, Electroplus, Rolex. A newer firm which has come on board is Nissan. So, big welcome to Nissan and great appreciation for rest of the brands which have been there year in, year out, sponsoring tournaments, taking care of how the business can be bettered in terms of prize money, venues, and supporting professional golf through the seasons. Also, the tour partners Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India. A shout out to all these big brands for acknowledging and understanding the requirement of sponsorships in this kind of a career. It helps people to take on to this game as a professional option, as a career option. So, big shout out to the companies and all the efforts they put in to make sure they are part of the professional golf tour of India.
Indeed, a very warm welcome to our newer sponsor and a big shout out and thank you to all of them because, and I think at some point they also appreciate that the support they're giving it to some highly qualified professionals, some highly skilled golfers who give a great showing on tour.
Yeah, it's a great initiative these companies are doing, where a lot of sponsorships are being available for the people who are performing well or need the support. I mean, just looking at Athletic Drive, they have a bunch of players who they have backed up. We'll just get back to that. Here's a look at Dhruv's very first putt on the first hole after that very good approach shot. Let's see how he goes about it on live feed one.
Choosing to keep the flag in as we watch Yashas.
Yeah, narrowly missing out, and now Yashas, the one of the final pairing from Bangalore, going with his long driving iron. Bit of a gallery following up the leaders as pace of play has begun for the leaders, and we will soon have all the horses in the derby trotting away to the number one spot. Here's a look at Angad at 34, hails from Chandigarh Golf Club itself, boasts of two professional wins till now, and it might be a matter of time where he can add up another feather and make it three professional wins.
Angad
Exciting
also
time for the youngster.
starting at 17 under. Very, very impressive to be at this score after 3 rounds. Taking a fight, it looks like a 3 wood for him. Little unsure where that went. We'll know shortly. And of course, the star player in the field this week and in this group as well, Gaganjeet Bhullar, 12 professional wins, multiple wins in Asia, around the world. He's a global player. He's an international golfer for sure in every right, and he finds himself at 17 under as well. And every time he's teed up in Chandigarh seems to be him either winning or finishing in the top two, top three.
Yes, Bowler is one of the bigger names in the country as when it comes down to being the torchbearer or the flag contender in different nations and different tours. He's
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
just doing the cleanup act on the very first hole. So now these group will move forward towards the second hole, which is which might yield some birdies, if not an eagle, as it's a reachable par five for all of them. And
They would need a quick start as well because Gaganjeet and Angad are not going to really let up any strokes as we watch Rashid on the second there.
yeah, that seems to be the third shot coming in for Rashid, but he's managed to get the top tier activated and will have a makeable birdie putt coming up on the second hole.
Yeah, left himself in a good position, flag high there, a very makeable range with his putting, though I think anything is makeable. As you watch the group of Arun Rupan, Rashid Khan, and Mikhail making their way onto the green on number two. Number two is an interesting hole. It's a dog leg par five, dog leg to the left, and the green is two tiered. There's a massive slope right in the middle of the green, and it's a big green as well. So not too troubling if you're not on the right level, but you do need your feel and stroke to be fairly precise to
Yes,
not make a mess of this hole.
second hole is relatively one of the easier holes which the players would like to pick up a shot from, because not only is a par five, but it's a reachable par five for most, if not all. So birdie is a realistic loom which they would be presuming they can attend to, I guess. Arin has a fairly lengthy putt, as his aim point is quite far out from where he's been trying to attempt that. Yeah, so circling back to the conversation we are having, brands like Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India have been quite pivotal in supporting professional golf, and it's great to see the numbers increasing with an Nissan coming on board as a fresh tour partner.
He's definitely going to help our players drive it better than Narin Rupa, showing immense touch there, judging the different tiers and slopes on the green perfectly.
Yes, he's done brilliantly from that far out. Not only did he have to contend with the length of the putt, but that tier which he had to contend was has a serious incline on it. Now here's a look at one of our leaders, Angad, on the first one on the left hand side. The ball seems to be sitting up, so should not be much of trouble for him. It was
Yes, actually, he's got a good angle from there. Even if he's not on the fairway, the rough doesn't seem too troubling.
yeah, he's got more green to work with from this angle. I was having a conversation with him yesterday and trying to pick his brain, and his reply to how why he's been playing so well is that his form with each and every club has been very good. There you can see he's explaining to his caddy that got a little extra blades of grass and hence the release. What
Got a little
Angad,
flyer there.
yeah, but what Angad would just get to see is that the green has not got that much bite and it actually is releasing. Now, interesting point of fact about Yashas M. Chandra is that Yashas likes to move the ball both ways, and he's one of the few players I've seen can actually do it. Keeps visualizing the ball flight, enacting it by gestures from his hand, and then executing it.
Yeah, keeping it, getting a little more spin, but erring with the line a little bit, but finds himself safely on the green. Not a bad bargain. Would be interesting to see how aggressive Gaganjeet is with his approach.
Yes, with that kind of a miss, I'm sure he will not be in too much trouble throughout the round. Now, another look at the second person who is leading the field, Gaganjeet. Gaganjeet knows any and everything there is to know about closing out tournaments, as he's done throughout his life. And when he's in pole position, the rest of the field just has to if not anything else, be mindful that he's not going to let go of the figures he is at. So you will have to outperform and outclass him. Not happy with his result also.
Still, he's going to have the shortest putt out of the three of them. I think, as far as Gaganjeet is concerned, I think he's going to mentally think that I'm going to come in and I'm going to take the tournament away in the first few holes as well. I'm going to be aggressive. As Mikhail missing that short one,
I guess
he'll be
Mikhail didn't
disappointed.
expect that ball to break as much as it did from that short of a distance. But as it is, it's his rookie season on tour, so he'll be getting a fair amount of experience in terms of understanding how and what different kind of grains can play around in the Indian subcontinent.
Yes, and which is why I find Gaganjeet Bhullar's game even more impressive is because he's not necessarily playing in India all the time, and he's going to different places, different tournaments, and different grains, different slopes, different grass. But he adjusts so well and so comfortably.
Is you can't just take away the fact that players who are playing on the international tour, Gaganjeet, Karandeep Kocher, a lot of these players have to contend with different kind of playing conditions. Even Rahil, who's most of his life played in Japan, but at the end of the day, these are all homebred heroes which we are looking at. They know any and everything better than most of all how to go about it. So it's just a matter of time to tapping into their subconscious where they have made n number of parts from any kind of locations. And here's a look at Kocher on the third hole. Kocher would know any and everything about this green. So wow, if daylight robbery is something which is still happening, that would feel like that for Karandeep. That ball did everything other than find the bottom of the hole.
Karandeep there. Karandeep is fondly known as Cooch. A little masterclass in nicknames of our golfers. Addy, what was your nickname on tour?
Well, there are a few. As I'm trying to figure out which was more renowned because none of them were cool enough.
We can find one for you here.
Also, as this happens to be his home, coach knows any and everything there would be to know about this venue, and that was a very good run at Purdy from that far out.
That was impressive. He would have been very, very interested to see that till the end, narrowly missing out on holding that out. It was a lovely start by him. He's choosing to tap out. Tap out ही होता है.
Yeah, Angad, quickly moving on to towards the second green, and Yashas and Gaganjeet have reasonable putts. Let's see how they fare about their efforts in making the birdies for the very first hole. I guess Gagan would get somewhat of a read from Yashas as they're pretty much on the similar sides of the hole, and Gaganjeet Bowler is a little closer. Players struggled a little bit yesterday as of and today also in getting across the hole. I guess we're not used to the speeds, and even till day four, adjustments are taking a little longer than they would have liked. Interesting watch how Gagan handles himself because he's way closer than his playing partners, and I won't be too amazed if he got the desired result what he's intending for. Now here's a look at Lohan on hole number two.
No, I'm finding some on the left side. He'd have to get the distance right on this one to be on the right tier because the flag is top left. He just flies it over the little, no, not a little slope, quite a big slope on number two.
Yeah, the incline on the second green is substantial, and Luan's done well to get that ball stopping so early. I don't think he would have intended that much, but had it released a little bit more, that putt would have been more reasonably simpler.
Being overly critical. He's got a
Well,
birdie putt.
as of today, that's our job to try and analyze and pick the and explain to our viewers what the players are thinking or what the thought process could be.
Yeah, judging by Abhinav's standard of wedge play, I think he wouldn't be too thrilled with that result. He would have definitely wanted that to be closer.
Yeah, Lohan's very, very strong inside 100 yards, generally fluttering the flag stick. And here's a look at some touch from Khalin Joshi. Khalin is, in general, a very strong player around the greens, and let's see how he goes about this. But he had it dialed in for the distance part. Just I think overborrowed the break a little extra
Yeah,
than he would have liked.
I think he hit exactly what he. He's also one of those players he's got a conventional putter, but his grip is anything but. Choosing to not look up after his stroke, leaving himself a few feet short. That's not inside tap and range, so he won't be too.
It's fair to say not one of his best efforts because he, in general, is very strong with the flat stick. I'm sure he'll make amends with the second putt and see that ball get the desired result. Now, Cullen's done extremely well after his chip, so watch out for Cullen to jump up from 12 under to 13 if he makes his birdie.
Both of these players now going in a 360, diametrically opposite to each other. They're going around the hole to see the break from all sides, making sure they have their exact read dialed in. Abhinav, now usually in the pre-shot routine, you watch players when it comes to putting, choosing a little point in and around the hole to say if you start the ball there, it's going to break from there. Taking a few practice strokes, getting out the ball. Very conventional with his putting style and putter. Getting up early, leaving it out to the right. Got the speed right, but just veered off to the right. So Abhinav's going to tap in.
Yeah, Lohan cleaning up for his par attempt, and Amar will be a little more watchful with this attempt because it's no fun to walk off of a par five with a three putt, leave alone for a professional golfer on a round four to have a three putt happening in the beginning of the rounds. That let's just hope and keep the fingers crossed that Amar can make amends after that very first putt.
Yeah, this now, especially so early in the round, becomes a momentum putt. It's not necessarily always about the score because you can always bring it back. But mentally, a lot of the times, you're a little more upbeat making an 8-9 footer, especially after leaving your first putt that short.
Yeah, on live field too, Mikhail is trying to line up for his what would appear to be birdie attempt.
That's a great job done by Amar. That's going to take him a little more confidently on number three.
Yeah, that'll be more of a sign of relief after that not so great first putt attempt. Yeah, but holding out a putt of that length on the very second hole is definitely a confidence booster. And seeing how Amar plays, that will definitely be a thing which will help him throughout his round. Every player carry forwards some memories lodged into their brain, and early in the round, if you can hold putts of that length, it's always a positive intent and a positive way to go about.
especially on a par five.
Yeah, actually, on a par five, talking about positive intents, professional golf is not a very easy sport. As you can see, you have to contend with a lot of variables, travel, stay, equipment, and coaching. So it's great to see a lot of big brands coming together to support professional golf. And Nissan is one of the newer franchises to come on board with Professional Golf Tour of India. Being a player for more than 18 years, I can understand how important it is to have sponsorship deals of such kind, and it's a welcome response from all behalf of all the players to have Nissan joining the existing sponsors Tata Steel, Bisleri, Amrutanjan, and Rolex.
Absolutely, and they made tournaments like these possible, which gives golfers like these, as we watch on our screen, Sanit do possible what they do is great stroke play and great golf.
Yeah, Sunit's one of those players who's got, I think, DLF as his sponsor. So it's always good to see big brands coming up, and that's a very good result. It's I know it's not on the green, but that plateau from that far out is very small to channel up.
Yeah, he's
So
going to definitely give a run for eagle on number two.
yeah, he's got a makeable chip for eagle, and here's a look at what.
Dhruv there on hole
Yeah,
number two, showing his strength. Quite a long drive
yeah.
on number two.
Rose launched it way far out, and he's got a brilliant angle also coming in. In general, he's a very good ball striker, so won't be surprised if he places this on the dance floor. He's launched it really, really high. I'm trying to see where this ends up, and extremely well done from the young man. That's not a easy flag stick or the platter to channel out, but he's done extremely well with it. So that would give him a realistic putt.
Khalid taking a
As
swipe on number three there. As you watch him carefully looking at the ball from the elevated tee box, and it just rolls up a little short.
he's done reasonably okay. It's a fair bit distance away, but should be a attempt which he will give it a good thump upon.
Now, hole number three is a tricky one. It's not a very long par three, but with that elevated tee shot and the line of trees around you, angles visually, it plays a little trick on the mind. To be very sure of this distance and the swing that you're making on number three.
Yes, as we were talking about sponsorship deals for various players, I think no, Sunit is with DLF, which is a good initiative by DLF to support youngsters. And Dhruv's was with Tolbro Autos, if I'm not wrong. So it's great to see such big companies come together and support professional golf. The other day, I was having a word and just having a look around. Athletic Drive, who's a tour partner of ours, has got a bunch of players with them. So much so that the leading man of this field, Angad Chima, is with them. Yashash Chandra, Jairat Sandhu, Abhinav Lohan, Om Prakash Chauhan, last year's Order of Merit winner, Arjun Prasad, Sachin Kapil. The list keep going on. Hani Basoya as well. So it's great to see these companies come up and take active participation. Makes life more simpler for the players to focus upon their respective aspects other than taking care of the financial parts of it. Frees them up. Rahil over the years has big brands behind him, and it's great to see Indian golf getting support of such kinds.
Yes, and the players also come up with the goods with their performances and skills as Sanith gets ready for his third. On number two, he's definitely going to eye that hole. I think he only has a chip in his mind.
Yes, it'll be an interesting watch how Sanit goes about his chip because he gave it a good run. I think he wasn't expecting that much of a release from, but difficult to gauge the release when you're in a place where Sunit was. His ball was sitting down. All in all, he's got what 5 feet to left with for his birdie. I think he'll take it without even questioning it. Well, as the leaders have made through the very first hole for them, no change as of the moment. Both the overnight leaders are still got one hand on the trophy, if respectively, if not both. Angad and Gaganjit are sitting pretty at 17. And here's a look at Rahil, what we presume would be his eagle putt. Comes up a little, maybe 3 feet short. So that would be a reasonable putt. As we have a look at the live feed too, where Amardeep Malik from a fair bit distance would be attempting for his birdie on the hole number three. Hole number three is a par three from a slightly elevated tee box, gives you that feeling that you're hitting down, and Amar's done the opposite of what he did on the very previous hole, where he's hit it a little further ahead than he would have liked. Through on live feed one gave it a good rap, and if we would to guess, when it would be an educated guess, it would be a tap in birdie for him. So he's moving towards the right direction.
Son is now discussing with his caddy what they think the exact read on this putt is. We've already watched a couple of go by on this hole, so tricky little hole here, tricky little pin position, and I'm sure Sanit has got the exact read. Sanit very very conventional with his putter and putting stroke, fairly quick in his putting routine as well. A little forward press and pushes that out to the right. That's the risk of trying to make a chip shot. Sometimes you run it by the hole 3 or 4 feet, and we all know that 3 4 footers aren't a gimme in this sport.
Yeah, Rahel, after repositioning his marker, would end up exactly on the same line where Sunit putted from. Not that he needs any help from that far out, but it's always good to see a ball give you the break and understand better the lay of the land.
Sometimes that is what luck also counts as, because a lot of the times some reads on the green do confuse golfers. And seeing a putt go by, at least you know the read is right. All you have to do is make the right stroke then. Left hand below right for Rahil, making no mistake there.
Yeah, Rahel's trending in the right direction, and Rahel and Mikhail both have similar putting strokes where the grip is lost right next to their forearm.
Abhinav, right after he stroked it, he left the putter and started to press his head. He knew that he made a poor stroke there, leaving himself over the hole.
Well, such kind of gestures just only suggest that the players were a bit baffled and not clear with what they would intended the ball to do. Happens so often with a lot of players, but this time around, Lohan was a little more animated than usual.
Amar now from over the hole. Very deliberate with most of his golf.
Yeah, he'll have to recall on his putting powers as he's whacked his very first putt a little too far out and extremely well done. A long putt to save his par on the third hole, exactly similar to what he did on hole number two.
Cullen now from under the hole to do his cleanup.
Well, Cullen is the only player in this group who left his putt short because both Lohan and Amardeep Malik gave it good raps or definitely went way past the hole, giving that old saying never up, never in a good example. Sometimes we hit a wrong putt, but the most important thing for any professional golfer is that they have crossed their mark.
And Cullen there. Quite
Yeah,
happy, quite animatedly happy about holding that. Maybe there was a little conflict in the line reading with this caddy, and they're just gesturing that I got it right. Now we watch the star player Gaganjeet Bhullar from the fairway on number two. Gaganjeet mentioned in his interview yesterday that he's been having a pretty solid ball striking week, and he's been hitting a lot of fairways, giving himself a lot of opportunities, and it's just a matter of making a few putts. And also alongside Angad Chima, who's pretty much doing the same thing, making a few putts as well, because it's very impressive sitting at 17 under par after 3 rounds. We watched this group. Yashas had a wonderful 4 under par on day three, propelling him to 15 under. I feel Yashas is, in my opinion, the only threat to the leaders here because he's 2 shots back. The rest of the field, in my opinion, feels a little far back, including the likes of Dhruv Sharon, who
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
walk and follow their players, their favorite players in the leader group, and anybody they choose to watch because it's a tree line golf course. It's a great layout. It comes up with some great scoring, some great shots, some great shot making, and since it's a tree line golf course, as you can see on your screens there, people get to walk in the shade, so the heat not affecting them as much as the players having to contend with it, being in the middle of the action.
Yeah, Gagan sprayed his approach shot just a little bit, but still very much into makeable up and down range. So we could see some kind of a change happening at the top of the helm as both the players, overnight leaders, Angad and Gagandeep Bhullar are sitting pretty at 17 under for the moment. It's a matter of time when one of these breaks away and starts to increase the lead. So if you're in the Tri City of Chandigarh, I would suggest you get your sneakers on and move towards the beautiful Chandigarh Golf Club in all its glory and enjoy stellar golf being played live at your home clubs. Chandigarh is a city which boasts of multiple winners in terms of professional golf. We've got a bunch of them: Ajitesh Sandhu, Karandeep Kochar, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Angad Chima, Yuvraj Sandhu, Jairaj Sandhu, Harinder Gupta, the very famous torchbearer of Indian golf, Jeev Milka Singh, got so many superstars as the city not only is very big on golf, but in general is a very avid sporting city. Lots.
All three players, none of them managing to find the putting surface here in number two. Yasha's being the furthest out from the left side. I can't imagine that being a great angle for him, but he's got enough room to work with.
Well, Yashas in general has got a very good touch for his short game. He showed it yesterday, and you can see the masterclass he's performed over. He not only gets it right next to the flagstick, but went all the way aerial onto that.
He choosing to take that tear and slope out of the equation and flying it all the way back, getting a little more spin than he would have liked.
Yeah,
Gaganjit now from the
Gaganjit has got a fairly easy chip coming in front in comparison to Yashas. Not that he needs easy in his arsenal, because he's got all the shots in the bag, and we can see why he's got 12 international titles in his bag. Made it look very, very simple.
I've always admired Gaganjit's short game, especially the technical aspect of it. Keeps it very simple, works with the body, keeps his wrists in check. Once he hinges those wrists, it's everything stays square through the hitting zone. Creates a very consistent shoot of the club face as we watch Angad from a closer distance. Being a little more aggressive, but an impressive shot nonetheless for Angad as well.
Yes, all three players giving it a good run, and are definitely in the makeable range of putts for their birdie. Just a matter of time for whose flat stick does a better job and gives them that very first birdie for the day. While we were talking about the big brands coming in terms of sponsoring events, coming on board as tour partners, there are also other brands in terms of media giants, AVP and Eurosports, courtesy whom we are being able to provide you live coverage of every professional golf tournament being held either in your city or in the domestic circuit. AVP and Eurosports are the portals where you can log on to and watch and enjoy a live golf being aired on your television screens in the comfort of your homes. And extremely well done by Yashas. Very difficult up and down. He made it look very, very simple. Goes to show how good a touch he's got around the greens.
Yes, there's a reason why he's there in the leader group. It's an example of how the week has been going for him. And not just the week, actually. A few seasons now, he's been consistently there, putting himself in pole position a lot of times in the year. And over seasons now, as you watch Gaganjit quickly going through his routine, he knew exactly what he was doing. Perfect execution for him there, holding it out.
Gaganjit, after making that putt, would have broken out of the tie which he shared with Angad Chima. Well, Angad's got his part of his own, so I won't be surprised that both of them still stay tied after second hole, but at a different figure, which would be 18 under par.
And that's from the other side of the hole to where Gaganjit was.
Very, very nicely done. So, similar blows being exchanged by both the leaders, Gaganjeet, Angad, both at 17 under par. Yashas at 15, as you can see on your leaderboard. The scores are still tied by both the leaders, and it's a matter of time when soon one of them breaks through.
or someone like Yashas catches up with them. Sanit now on hole number three for his cleanup.
Well, a reasonable amount of golf's been played as some of the players teed up way before the leaders, and a few players have been playing it extremely well. Harsh Gangwar is going great guns as he's birdied three holes in his first six holes, which puts him at three under for the day. So he's trending in the right direction, and Saptak's doing a shade better than Harsh for the moment, as he's made four birdies in a stretch of six holes. So he's four under in first six holes. Those two pars, standalone pars, would have looked very ordinary to him. And the third person who's also trending in the right direction in red terms of red figures is Mr. C. Muniappa, former Indian Open winner. Muniappa has had a very good career until a very strong injury struck his back. So it's good to see him coming back into his own flair, where he is projecting more and more deeper red numbers. I won't be surprised to see him contend very soon.
Yashas there, first of the tee on number three, which would mean he's retained his honor. We saw his tee shot ending up a little right. Not sure if it's on the putting surface, if it remained on the putting surface, but he's going to find himself coming from a little over the hole on the right side. And as we can see, the flag barely moving, so no wind for the golfers to contend with currently.
Yes, very wind is a very big variable, but as of moment, it's nice and quiet as Akbar is lining up for his what would presume to be birdie attempt on hole number six. Akbar is doing well for the most of the tournament. He's 10 under par for the week for them at the and one under for the day. So he's also one of the international players in this field. Wow, that narrowly missed out over. So goes to the expression what Akbar is projecting that I have. He himself is a little baffled how it stayed a little off. Akbar, one of the three Bangladeshi nationals who made the halfway mark, Zamal and Badal being the other two. We got a few international players who made the halfway mark, Badal, Enthanga Raja, Zamal, and Akbar alongside Mikhail. So as the tour is getting bigger in terms not only of the prize purses or the number of events which we play over the season, the world ranking points have made a light and a beacon for the rest of the countries to acknowledge the tour growing substantially, and we can see a lot of players try to make their way towards the domestic circle and earn a few world ranking points, gain a lot of experience, and make this one of those career moves where they want to come here and maybe content and show how good they are, as Akbar from Bangladesh is showcasing, and so did Mikhail for most of yesterday as he was part of the leader group. I won't be surprised to see a lot of international players trying to make their way to the domestic circuit and try and make a living out of it.
Yeah, it's quite an international tour now, and I think with the price purses rising up high, a lot of competition as well. I mean, we had a lot of competition before as well, but now it's almost like the cuts are going a shot or two lower, and the leaders find themselves a shot or two lower as well, and it's become more global. It's become more varied. The winners are not restricted to a few name, a few handful of people. It's a very open tour. Anybody can come up and show up and win at any point. As we take our first look at hole number five on our screens is another very global international player, Chika.
Well, that's not the desired result what Chika would be expecting, but sometimes we do have a bit of a flare out, and the signature hole seventh of this venue is extreme difficulty in your face. You gotta shape the ball of the tee shot, you gotta curve it right to left on your second shot to a inclined putting surface, which is not a very big target. So all your senses have to be heightened while you're playing most of the round and a little more magnified, amplified when it comes to playing hole number seven.
Gaganjit making a little error on the right on hole number three. Quite quite an unusual sight, in my opinion, given the length of the hole. Probably blocked his tee shot a little. He finds himself in the sand trap on number three. A lot depends on the lie, but or he's probably just outside the sand trap on the slope.
Yeah, this action suggests he was way out of the sand trap and gave it a good run.
Yeah, he
The
definitely made a dent on the hole there.
Yeah, in this scenario, the hole did support the player, and because that ball was traveling quite a bit, it's good to see galleries gathering up to take active participation in seeing how the best in the world are going about their business and also support their favorite players. With both Angad and Gaganjeet being in the leader group, I and also being the local players of the Tri City, I won't be surprised to see this gallery getting completely filled up very soon. Angad also in a spot of bother. All three players ended up way right of the intended target, but Angad's done well with his chip, and Yashas, if not on the green, is maybe a smidge off. So won't be surprised if Yashas comes out with a putter.
It's quite strange to see all three players in the group in a similar cluster around the green, given that they're also in the leader group. The flag fluttered for a few seconds there, but calmly settling down. Yashar just outside the green, off the fringe, coming up a little short. There shouldn't be a troublesome tap in for him. Ganganjeet carefully starting the line from behind the ball. You watch Angad. He's not too far from the cup, but I think the side on which he is, there is a slight slope, very very slight slope. So just making sure he knows exactly where to align and how much speed to go with. Sometimes these 2.5, 3 footers, they're not intimidating when it comes to distance, but then they can be tricky. The fact that Angad's taking that little time, that little extra time, just to be sure of his line, would suggest that it's not a straightforward putt. Now in his setup, a comfortable, confident stroke for Angad, so a good up and down for him there. Yashas now with what would seem to be a simple tap in. Still early days in the round, but Yasha's showing some prowess with the putter already, making a good one on the previous hole. As this group is done with this hole, as we get back to the action, Jairaj there being carried by, well, a fairly young but a very, very veteran golfer on the women's tour, multiple wins in the double digits. As we watch the wonderful car on display by a very new sponsor, Nissan. As you can see on the board, if a player does manage to make a hole in one, that's the prize sitting right there in front of us. So quite the incentive to get the numbers and the stroke right. Neha and Jay there ensuring they have the exact read from under the hole on number 6. Jay, of course, a recent winner on tour, being the first left-hander to have won on the PGTI to quite the coveted title. And they both do a wonderful job of it. Of course, Jay making the putt, but a lot went into that stroke, a lot went into the routine before that. Always good to see players making putts. Karandeep now from over the hole. The green's not too challenging when it comes to speed, although slower greens can be tricky in their own regard. The green speeds are about 7.5, as, 5, as, 5, as we've been told this week. 7.5. 7.5 as we've been told this week. 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 7.5 as we've been told Cullen with his wedge play, not getting enough spin there, pushing it a bit too much ahead of the hole. First look at the group of Akshay Sharma, Harsh Gangwar. Harsh, as we mentioned early on, having a strong start to his round. Rashid taking a blow on number six with his second. Number six is straightforward par four. It's a tricky one. It's got some high, tall trees on the right, and the outer bounds is also lurking on the right side with some with a hazard coming up to almost middle of the fairway on the left side. So players can either choose to play conservatively, leave it short of the hazard, leaving themselves a slightly longer second shot. Some of the longer hitters take it right off the pond and leave themselves wedges. But the green is fairly sloped and little, very slightly elevated as well. So even the aggressive players choosing to hit the driver, maybe hitting a good drive as well, they still have their work cut out for their seconds. As we watch our leaderboard, Yasha seems to have picked up a stroke, so he now finds himself just a stroke adrift from the leaders. Gaganjeet and Angad going par through their first three, while Yashas has picked up a stroke and has come a stroke closer to the leaders. He's only a shot back with Cullen and Dhruv following closely at 14 under par. Cullen also picking up two strokes in his first four. So there are opportunities, there are birdies to be made. Getting very interesting with the ones making them. We take a good look at where Mikhail's ended up on number six. He's going to have that second cut of rough, and then the fringe, and then the green. So he's got three different speeds and lies to contend with. Not sure if he's going to take the flat stick out or take a wedge and clear the elements. Rashid after that, second on number six, coming from a little short and right of the hole. Seems to be aimed a little to the right. Means it could have a right left break, but Not to be for him on number six. Overborrowed there, and the ball actually turned a little more after the hole. Could be because a little more slope there, or maybe it just slowed down and took a little more grain. Mikel now having Rashid move his marker. It's in the line of play for him, but it's going to be third member of this group to putt first. Narin coming up a little short and right there. So Mikel now with the wedge out. It would seem that, and he has the flag stick out, so he definitely thinks he has a good shot of holding it. He's going to take that fringe out of the equation, just deal with one cut of grass, aimed a little left of the hole, indicating he thinks there's going to be a little left to right break there. He does exactly what he was planning to do, so that's a wonderful chip by Mikel, a wonderful chip in indeed. Wonderful when the execution is exactly how you plan. Rashid would have gotten a slight read of it. Probably doesn't need it for a short putt like this. A little outside the hole on the left. He comfortably taps in after that first putt.
Yes, with the three holes being
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
stranger things have happened, and this is just the beginning of round four for our leaders, and we might see some new emergence happen very soon. Here's a look at the ninth green where 2023's Order of Merit winner Manu Gandas, who spent most of last year on the European tour, finds himself back on the domestic tour and he's got a reasonable putt. Won't be too surprised to see him make it from that far out. Well, that was a decent run from that far out by Dhruv.
Like I was talking, I think green speed being at 7.5, they're on the slower side, but it's not necessarily always the case where faster greens trouble golfers. Even slower greens can play a little trick. It adjusts. The adjustments to the other side, but it's also adjustment nonetheless.
Yes, this particular pocket of the fifth hole does tend to indulge with a lot of steep undulation over there. It doesn't look like it, but there's a bowl kind of a pocket on that section which plays when you're reading the green and can be a little tricky. Let's see, Rahil is able to contend with it and prove us wrong.
Coming
That
off
must
slightly
have looked
short.
so good all through the way. Comes up a roll shot, as likely said by my co-host. That's the worst feeling to have when your ball's tracking and it comes half a roll or a roll shot. Leaves you with that agonizing, painful feeling that the only thing it needed was a bit of a stronger hit.
I think golf, for the most part, is an agonizing and painful feeling.
Yes, there you can see the flag on the 14th hole tucked way onto the right hand side. It'll be a bit of a challenge for the players when they come up to contend with.
Sanit. This familiar routine takes a couple of looks and holds it out comfortably.
Yeah, this kind of length putts can be a little tricky as it's never easy to gauge break when the putt is not of substantial length. As you would realize while you're playing the sport, a length All right, apologies for the bit of delay. Seems to be having some technical glitches. Back onto the course on the sixth green. We are witnessing what Cullen is lining up for would be his birdie attempt.
Similar place to where Jairaj made that wonderful putt from. So let's see if Cullen can have the same read.
Yes, Cullen is already one under par for his round, and with this attempt going fruitful, can get to 14 under par and better his chances of catching up with the leaders. Now that the leaders are sitting quiet, they've moved up a notch from where they were. It's the similar duo of Gaganjeet and Angad Chima sitting pretty at 18 under par. That's a bit of a misfortune for Cullen. That ball just evaded the hole and is a tap in left for Lohan on hole number six.
I'm quite certain that he's going to make this one. And he does. No problems there. Onwards for them.
Yeah, they'll have the signature hole to contend with. Hole number seven, quite a daunting hole through and through till the time the ball has found the bottom of the hole. Got to contend with the shot shaping, uh, very big tree guarding the center of the fairway, and also out of bounds lurking not only on your tee shots but also on your second shots because and the third shot because you gotta go way fast, way quick aerial over the boundary walls hugging the governor's house. So accuracy is paramount when it comes to be playing any holes. And hole number seven, the signature hole on this golf club is all about levels of difficulties to be catered for. As we can see, Gaganjeet, Yashas, and Mangachima making their way on towards the fifth green. Quite a bit of crossovers happening with the gallery, moving to a more of a vantage viewing point as they see their star players perform in the Tri City of Chandigarh. Well, as the day has progressed, C. Muniappa has moved 7 spots, courtesy being 3 under par for his round, and another person going well is Saptak Talwar. He's also at 3 under par. So quite a few good moves by a lot of players in red figures where Sarthak, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Samarth, Divedi, Trishul, Hani Bosoya, all trending in red figures, 1 or 2 under par respectively. Harsh is someone who is the lowest for his round right now. He's 4 under par, which puts him at 7 under par. So he's got a good round going in. Bit of a caddy player discussion happening between Yashas and his caddy. Wonder what they're discussing about. To elect the right club, or they've chosen to go with the flat stick. And let's see how they fare about their attempt.
Young spectators right there. I'm sure they're going to be excited to go back and practice and if they don't play golf already, to pick up the sport. Looking at these.
Which Chandigarh Golf Club is one of those unique golf courses which has two different practice facilities within the boundary walls of the golf club. You have a full-fledged driving range to let you channel out on your ball striking, and what you see in the backdrop, those canopies in white and gray, are the short game facility. So very rare sighting where you see two different facilities of practice being available for the players. No wonder the local lads of the Tri City are extremely talented and can hone their skills on it. Here's a look at Angad from a fair bit out.
Yeah, we've seen players come up a little short here from this side of the hole. Let's see if
There
he
looks
gets
like
the
a
speed a little
good hit
better.
on it, but
He still comes up short. I think
Still
it's,
comes up short, yeah.
it's just confusing players with the speed there on this side. And as we watched our leaderboard, Yashas did manage to pick a shot and get closer to the leaders. The leaders pushing right back, making birdies of their own and moving to 18 under par. As we watched, they started the day at 17 under par. By they, I mean Angad Cheema and Gaganjeet Bhullar, co-leaders, starting round 4. And Yasha started at 15 under par, 2 shots adrift. The equation being the same currently. If we pan our cameras to the right, Gaganjeet coming from quite a fair distance out as well. See if he gets the speed right. And fairly well done from him. Though he comes a little short off the hole, he leaves himself in a comfortable tap in range.
Yeah, he had a substantial length putt for his birdie attempt, cleaning up for the par. This is an interesting watch. Yashas must have drawn an extremely good lie because he's not wasn't he on the fringe but in the rough, and he still elected to go with the putter. And he's done the speed. Another way to go about of how you can play from various precarious lies. Angad, after that birdie attempt on hole number 5, has got a little bit of a knee knocker, as they would say. Small length putt.
His caddy now telling him, according to him, what the exact point is.
Yes, between him and his caddy, they would have clocked in n number of rounds on this golf course. Zubin Nechawan, if I'm not wrong, is also a fellow professional, fairly good in his career, and it's good to see the relationships between players getting more and more fonder as they try and help their playing professionals with the knowledge they possess. Both the boys are of the. I mean, Chandigarh Golf Club is the home club for both of them, and between them, experience is not a thing which they would lack out of. Well, that ball somehow evaded the hole, and the lip out means it's a three-putt bogey for Angad. Then, after a substantial amount of time staying at the number one spot, Angad seems to have dropped a spot which would keep him shot away from Gaganjeet. Here's a look at the starlight player, the torch bearer of Indian golf for the longest duration I can imagine, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. Great personality to be around with, a fun guy to his brain, and
Of course, there was a lot of pressure in the morning. I was quite nervous, but after the first few holes, I opened up, and then I made a few birdies, and then it kept rolling from there. I think maybe the 17th hole was an important putt that I made. I think maybe the 17th and maybe the 9th where I hit it around a foot. So I think that those were two good moments.
I was more nervous for him than myself, but I'm very proud of what he's played today. He shot 1 under par, and just want him to keep it going. He's on the right track. He works quite hard, and I've always told him, let the clubs talk, and I think they'll keep you going in the right direction.
My grandparents and my dad, they've been playing golf since I was very small. So I picked it up as I was very young, and then I've been going with it since. I admire Scotty Scheffler because he's one of the best players in the world right now. So of course, I think he'd be the best pick.
Most important thing in this game is the desire and the hard work, and I think he's picked that up. He works very hard at the game, and also what I like about his game is that he's learned how to shape the ball. Especially when you hit it offline, he's learned the shots, low hooks, low slices, bump and runs, and his short game is very strong. So I like that, and I think when you have that in your game, you can last out as a professional golfer and as a good golfer for a long time.
Well, that was some good insight on how Indian golf is being handled around by the legendary Mr. Milka Singh and the newcomer to the sport, his son. Is wishing him all the luck, and from what we could hear, seems to be a very hard-working lad, following suit in his parents and grandparents' footstep. Here's a look at Dhruv. Bit of a cleanup, I would presume, on hole number 6 for him.
Quite the thump he gave that little tap in.
Yes, with the speeds being at 7.5, it would require a little bit of a more of a hit-based stroke, so that at least that famous saying of "never up, never in" is being maintained. Here's a look at the Olympian Udyan Mane.
The gentle giant of the Indian tour, multiple winner, finding some form back again. So good to see Udan Mane again in and around the leaderboard, and I can't imagine him being too far away from getting a win back.
Yeah, not one of his finest moments. Generally, a very good ball striker, followed as a very good short game player. Their group has Akbar and Ajitesh Sandhus.
Good to see Ajite Sandhu back playing on tour as well. He was riddled with a few injuries. Also recently got married, so congratulations to him.
Yeah, there were a few newlyweds on the tour, Ajitesh being one of them. And here's a look at his short game on his home course. That ball came up, stopped a little sooner than he would have anticipated. Yeah, it's great to see him back on the tour. I think his last appearance on the professional World Tour of India was in December 2022. So substantial break for him. Great to see the star players making their way back to the home soil where they were bred through. And Akbar electing to putt from the fringe. Let's see how does he go about his business.
Giving it a good whack and still coming up slightly short.
It seems to be the trend of the week. Players are coming a little bit short. I guess they've gotten used to lightning fast greens over the weeks where they've been playing, be it the Indian Open or Gujarat Open at Glade One or Booty Masters at Booty Telangana. I remember playing both these events, and the green speeds were in an excess of 12, 12.5. It's time to make amends with the flat stick for Udin after not a very sharp chip shot, which he generally is very good with his short game. But as long as that ball finds the bottom of the hole in this stroke, it is no harm, no foul. And as they say, the scorecards do not put a picture on what has transpired, it's just a number. And Udin would know it off far too well. He's got a substantial amount of wins under his belt, and he's done. He knows how to get it done. Just a matter of time as soon as he gets back on that winning saddle. Extremely well done. That's the mark of a champion. Stepping up immediately after having a bit of a strayed shot handled up. Goes to show that what it takes to be contending week in, week out, as most of his professional career Udayan has done. And here's a look at the leaderboard. Gaganjeet at Yes, Gaganjeet sits pretty at 8 under par. Angad Chima second at 17 under par. Yashas 16. Amardeep Malik and Khalin oblique Sunit find themselves at 13 under par. So things are heating up. We've seen a breakout between the duo which was leading the event for most of yesterday and today. Gaganjeet stamping his authority by moving a shot clear, and it's time for Angad to answer off by his own as he has found the fairway and hit a very good measured shot on hole number 6. So he's given himself a very realistic birdie opportunity on hole number 6 to get back that follied three putt bogey on the previous hole. Sixth, unlike most of the holes, is also a precision hole. You can't just pick out the big driver out and go gallivanting about it. You have to precisely place your tee shot short of that water hazard, which is at about 240 yards, if I'm not wrong. So, for most of the players, it would be a 4 iron or maybe a driving iron laying up short of the hazard and then doing exactly what Angad did. Yashar would be looking to follow suit in the same footsteps, if not getting better. Yeah, from the other side of the spectrum, Yashas has covered the flat stick on the left hand side. Fair bit away than he would have liked, but still on the correct tier and has given himself another look at birdie.
Looks quite
Now,
the gallery catching up as well now.
yeah, now, and the man of the moment, Gaganjeet, with that one shot lead, also from pole position in the middle of the fairway, will be looking to attack the flag stick and apply more pressure on his playing partner. Has also done.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
To go about contenting with this tricky golf course. Who other to follow than the leaders? Good to see a bit of smile between Angad and a light moment shared between him and his caddy. And another warm welcome to the viewers joining us. I am Aditya Chauhan, and this is my co-host, the Bashful Prince, Ainesh Aluwalia. Sorry for the flutter. We will be giving you the live commentary for round 4 as we will see very soon somebody pipping each other out and taking away the top honors for the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024 presented by Chandigarh Golf Club.
Thanks for the introduction, Aditya. As you've been following us since morning, we're going to bring you the entire coverage for round 4, all the way seeing through to the winner. I hope with the soaring temperatures today, we see some hot golf. As you already have been watching, I think it's been a good day so far. Some putts being made, some good ball striking on hand as well. And I hope you stay in tuned to watch the coverage and enjoy.
To the live action, we are on hole number 6, the green, and the galleries are lining up to support their favorite players. Tri City, known for being a very sporting city, they love their sports, and golf is one of the top sports which is so avidly played, followed, and loved by people in and around the city.
As the numbers in the gallery is picking up, the wind is also picking up a little bit, which would mean that if the wind keeps getting stronger, it would make for a very, very interesting finish. So we watch Gaganjeet for his three on number six.
Yeah, there was a good attempt, but I guess the green had a bit of a trick up its sleeve. So Gagan missed out on his birdie opportunity.
It would mean that it would give Angad a good opportunity and Yashas as well to pick up a shot and get closer. Yashas from that familiar spot. We've seen a couple of putts from there. Gerard made one, Cullen narrowly missed out. See what Yashas is able to pull through.
Yes, Yashas is lining up for his birdie attempt on hole number six. Yashas already won the par for his round at 16. Can definitely make do with one more borrow, and that looked so nice, but still comes up a roll and a half short, maybe.
That looked like the perfect line there.
Yes, they had the break and the speed pretty much dialed in, but as they say, when it's your time, and sometimes even the best of efforts do not get you desired results. So as we break into two feeds, live feed one and two, here's a look at what's happening for Abhinav Lohan on hole number seven, the signature hole of that golf club. While in the meanwhile, Angad is still in the attempts of lining up. Angad, with that birdie putt which he can make, would find himself back into tied first position, and Lohan cleaned up for the mere formality which he had left himself on hole number seven in live feed two. Now here's to see what Angad has to reply of after that not so great three putt bogey which he had. It's time to catch up, and wow, that's very well done, acknowledged by the player and the gallery itself. So, very big step in the correct direction by Angad after that forgetful fifth hole. Sixth hole has been more of a friend for him as he finds himself back into the lead at 18 under par alongside his playing partner. Here's a look at hole number seven, hole number 11. A fair bit lengthy par three. As you can see, the player trying to stay loose and equate of how would he want to play and cater for the hole. As you can see, it's a bit of a tricky hole, the 11th hole. That golf ball finds just missing onto the green, but has drawn a very good lie, so won't be a bit big of a trouble spot for him as we have a look at Ajitesh on with his approach shot coming up. Has seemed to find the dance floor, but will have a lengthy birdie attempt coming on hole number 10 as he's made the turn from the first half to the back nine. Ajitesh has got a nice round going for himself as he finds himself at a total of 11 under par, 3 under par for the day, with three birdies and six pars in the front nine. If he can emulate that or get a little bit better, he would have definitely given himself a chance to be inside the top five. Top five being shared by three players: Sunit, Amardeep, and Khalin. All of them are tied at fourth position at 13 under par because of only three players, which is Yashas M. Chandra from Bangalore, Angad Chima, and Gaganjeet Puller from the Tri City. So, anyone who's joining us, this is the live coverage of round four of the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club in the beautiful Tri City of Chandigarh. This is a stroke play event where the least number of strokes will decide who the winner is, and if there is anything to happen, there are very exciting times in front as a host of players are within a handful reach of disturbing what's happening at the top and making a mark for themselves.
Yes, in the beginning of the round, we thought Angachima and Gaganjeet Bhullar might make it a two-horse race, but no signs of that yet. And certainly Yashas holding his own currently alongside Angad and Gaganjeet, although both making birdies of their own. Angad with that little blemish, that bogey with a three putt, but coming right back up with a wonderful birdie on the very next. So exciting blows being exchanged, but also the door a little open for players if they choose to push through it. Guys at 13, 14, 12 under par.
Yes, Akbar has done a great job by putting the ball on the dance floor after that bit of a straight tee shot. I would presume that would be it, but he's put himself on the dance floor and he's got a reasonable putt to make. I mean, I would definitely feel that he can two putt from there and save his par. Well, that's all about this game. In case you've not had the intended tee shots, it's all about making sure that you give yourself ample chance with the next shot or the one followed by that to secure par, as dropping a shot for a professional athlete is like taking an uppercut for a boxer.
Almost as painful as boxing is golf.
I would seem it's a little bit more because the plane would be inflected by yourself over here. In case you drop a shot, you're the only person to blame upon. As unlike team sports, this
And it wasn't a trouble. Done for hole number 7.
Yes, at least the wind is starting to pick up as we can see the flag flutter substantially for the very first time. So that'll be one variable which the players will have to contend with. And Ajitesh from a long distance for his birdie putt. Let's see how this transpires.
He's giving it a good whirl. We get a close friend of my co-host, fondly known as Chopper, Vikrant Chopra now, the middle of the fairway. Find themselves on.
Well, there you can see the leaders have found their. Well, there you can see the leaders have found their way towards the seventh green, and the galleries are flocking in a flurry to see what's happening and to pick up a thing or two from their favorite players.
Quite an impressive turnout as well. We see in the background, if we look carefully, quite the gallery is hidden because of the shadows, with the shade of the trees behind. And Gaganjit striding up. Not sure what that would be for, but finds himself under the hole in an ideal position for a putt. Yashas there, the front of the green, so he's got the entire length of the green to contend with, and longer putts have troubled a few players here today. Maybe owing to the green speed a little, they're not the fastest.
Yeah, from where Yashas finds his ball, he has pretty much the entire green to cover with. What I would be thinking is his birdie attempt on hole number 7th, whereas Angad seems to have just missed the green on the right hand side. Well, if you had to miss the green on either of the sides, I would rather say short right where Angad is not a bad position to be. He's got substantial amount of green to contend with. Think he's going the more lofted approach and let the ball release a little bit. At least that's what this action suggests. And extremely well done by him. He's left himself with the inside 5 feet. With just the sheer length of this green, I would presume that would have been his fourth shot, as the magnitude of difficulties added, coupled with the directional change, both on the tee shot and the second shot on this particular hole, are very demanding and daunting at the same time. It'll be an interesting watch for Yashas. He's got to cover some prime time real estate. Yashas has gone quietly about his business, as he's made one birdie on hole number two, and rest all clean slate, as they say, all pars. And I don't think he'll let a blemish even come close on his scorecard. It'll require all his putting senses to be activated.
Takes a strong swipe at it. I think that's an impressive putt there, as we can watch the gallery behind him clapping profusely, and well deserved. So that's a great putt by Yashas. Not the easiest of strokes, not the easiest of putts. It
Yes,
does a good job.
that first putt was not for the faint-hearted, and extremely well done by him. Now it's for Gaganjeet Bowler. I would presume that's Gaganjeet's birdie putt coming up, as Gaganjeet has made one birdie, one bogey on hole number two and three, respectively, and then followed it up with a birdie on hole number four to keep his tally at 18 under par. Extremely well done. So there you can see the gallery is enjoying some delightful golf being played in their home city at the Chandigarh Golf Club.
Wonderful two putt by Yashas. Almost as impressive as making a 10 footer, given how far he was with the first one.
Yes, and now it's I'd left to Angad for the cleanup part for what would be his par attempt on the very tricky hole number seven. I wonder if somebody's knocked a few golf balls on the other side of the fence, a strict no zone, not just because it's out of bound, but also because you have guards surrounding the periphery of that very important boundary wall, which is the home of the governor.
And now for his up and down. The part of the up is done. Let's see if we can get this down and in. And yes, he can. I think it's more confident stroke after the last one. Aditya, I think after that putt on the sixth.
Yes, the birdie on the sixth was also a very good part, and there you can see two star players on your screens. One already extremely established, and the other one trying to follow suit and emulate as to what he would like to achieve and emulate what Mr. Milka Singh has done. Yuvraj, also a Tri City home lad, has got a few wins under his belt and has been playing extremely well for the last two seasons. Now making his way onto the Asian Tour. We would wish him best of luck, and very soon do what he did on the domestic tour and break away with the first win. Here's a look at Akbar. Akbar's playing hole number. I would presume that's hole number 11th. Now, a change of scenery from 11th to hole number 9, where Cullen finds his ball at the beginning of the green. Cullen's also been trending in the correct direction for his round.
Yeah, one little bogey on number 5 is going pretty well before that. Coming up short from the fringe on number 9.
Well, we shall soon be seeing an update at your live leaderboards after that very simplistically appeared a birdie by Gaganjeet as he inches a little closer to clinching the title as he again broken the tie of first position to being standalone at the top honors for the moment at 19 under par. The leaders are done with 7 holes of their play with 11 holes to go. We shall soon have the crowning moment of who wins it. And now Amardeep with his birdie attempt on hole number 9. Amar's had a good day with his putter. He's holed a few putts of substantial lengths. Narrowly misses out on the ninth hole.
Heartbreaking lip out for him there. He's going along steady, but he would need more than steady in the back nine. So well, his playing partners, if they want to pose any threat or challenge to that leaderboard in respect to the leaders. Cullen marking his ball back now for his second putt. We've already seen a couple of 3 putts in the day. Let's hope Cullen's not a victim to that. And the commentators curse. I feel bad for saying that at all now. Gave it a good whack, just didn't take the break that he was expecting. But these greens have been playing a little trick, and I think the sometimes the slowness in the greens, as we were discussing earlier, also tend to make it a little tricky. Not the ideal way to go through the back nine for him. As we take a look at the tee box on number 11, the left-handed Jairaj. Now gunning for that hole in one. A very, very fancy incentive indeed for making it this week. That familiar tempo and that patient rhythm of Jairaj comes up with the goods. It's a wonderful tee shot by him. That's in the ideal position. But would have probably been exactly wanting to do that, and he does. And Rashid now, as we see him on the sand trap. Fairly unusual for Rashid to have left himself so short of the flag. Not sure if he had the best of lies, but a fairly average shot. Not too impressive there from him on hole number 10. Taking a good strong swipe Number 10 after that bunker shot, leaving himself a little more than tap in range. Throwing the golf ball in anger there. Not too happy with what he's done so far. Mikhail on our screens there, sizing up his putt on number 10. Finds himself sitting at 9 under par after 3.5 days of play. He comes up a little under the hole there. Not enough break, but shouldn't be a troublesome tap in for him at all. See what Sanith now marking his golf ball on number 9. As seems to be Dhruv Sharon's honor, finds himself just off the green, off the fringe as well on number 9. Going up over on the other side of the hole to get a better look at what the putt might be doing, just to make sure he knows exactly what he needs to do. Tournament now going right to the business end of things. Leaders in second to last leader group making their way on number 9, which would mean that soon everybody's going to be in the back nine. Back nine on the 4th day is where the tournaments get decided, results are placed. Dhruv, can he find a way to still threaten the leaders? Does he have a say still in this tournament in terms of the winner? Comes up a little short. Players not being able to be aggressive enough. And to be fair, he wasn't in a very makeable range. So 2 putt from there, no harm, no damage whatsoever. Acceptable for anybody at any level. And Rahil now finds himself under the hole. He can give it a good whip. And he does. Wonderfully holed by Rahil on number 9. He's going to have a strut in his walking to number 10, back 9 in round 4.
And here's a look at Suneet, who's sitting pretty at 13 under par for more of a cleanup act on the ninth hole as he makes his way towards the back nine of the golf course. And good to see all three players in good positions on hole number 10. Lohan being the furthest away, hence will have to go first. Presuming maybe a six iron from where he has positioned his tee shot from. The couple of ways about going about this, playing this hole, and all three players, Lohan, Khalin, and Amardeep Malik, have elected to place the ball with their fairway woods. And what a great shot by Lohan, peppering that flag stick from that far out. That's a really makeable putt for him. That would give him a very good look at birdie on hole number 10 as the wind is picking up. I'm sure his playing partners would like to emulate in the same footsteps. Lohan seems to have a jump in his stride after his very recent win at the Glade One Golf and Country Golf Resort, which hosted the Gujarat Masters. And to answer his playing partner, Khalin has done extremely well. Both the balls right next to the flag sticks, giving very, very makeable looks of birdie to Abhinav and Khalin Joshi. Now it's turn for Amardeep to bit of a reply back to his playing partners. Not an easy flag to access, but both Khalin and Lohan have made it look extremely simple.
Indeed, one of the better shots Khalin hit, and Abhinav also. I mean, as far as we've seen on hole number 10, the flag is not very accessible. People choosing to play it on the right side or the center of the green to keep it away from the trouble on the left. But both of them going right over it. Let's see if Amar can follow suit or if he's going to be as aggressive as them.
Has some great camera work catching the ball from at that heights. Ball comes up to a very screeching halt very soon for Amar. He would have liked the ball to release a little bit more. And now having a look at RN on the lengthy 11th hole. He's done extremely well, placed the ball towards the correct side, which is the fatter side of the green. We'll have a reasonable look at birdie. Quite strange to see the rest of the green empty with his playing.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
He is one under par and is two shots adrift from the leader, while the chasing pack have to get the gears shifted more towards the fast track as we have a trio of Sunit, Dhruv, and Rahil at 13 under par. So it would be safe to say we would see one of the winners coming. Sorry, not one of the winners. The winner coming up from what would be presumably the leader group. There you can have a look at both the live feeds of live feed 1 and 2, live from Chandigarh Golf Club. In one, Amar is trying to figure out the break on the green, and on the live feed 2, you can see Yashas, Angad, and Gaganjeet Bullar making their way after their respective tee shots on hole number 9. Well, a bit of a fact about Chandigarh Golf Course, it was laid out in 1962. with the foundation stone of the clubhouse was laid by Mr. Dharamveer on April of 24th, all the way back in 1969. So big on history. This golf club, it is of 7,202 yards. Very environmentally friendly golf club with not too many artificial troubles. It's more of a, as they see, designed golf course. And here's a look at the leaderboards. We'll get back soon to the leaderboard with Amar's birdie attempt coming up on hole number 10th. He would be looking to make a faster move, more upwards towards the leaders, as he finds himself at no harm, no foul being done for the first nine, as he's par for the day. And what a brilliant putt by him. So he has done the correct move in the correct direction. A birdie on the very first hole of the back nine will move him to 12 under par. And if he can follow suit and keep up pace with himself, he will also be in the nearer chasing back to the leaders, which is Gaganjeet Bhullar at 19 under par. Now, after those stellar shots by both Lohan and Khalin Joshi, we would like to see all the three playing members of this group to sink in their putts and move quickly towards hole number 11. Exciting times as we are drawing nearer to the conclusion of round four and that much closer to crowning the player who will outshine everybody else. Here's a look at live feed 2 at Yashash Chandra, where he is ready and itching to go with his approach shot on hole number 9. Seems to be holding the pose. That's generally when the player has executed a shot the way he would like to.
And a wonderful putt by Abhinav as well. It's good to see some putts being made. We've seen a host of 3 putts happening. Heartening to see players making a few putts, and nonetheless in the difficult number 10. And be interesting to see if Cullen can follow suit. He needs one, definitely, especially after making that 3 putt of number 9. And on your screens on the right, we watch Gaganjeet Bhullar from an ideal position.
Yes,
Wasn't the right line, just coming up a little short.
Yeah, but where the flag is situated on the 9th hole, being a little bit lower than the flag stick is always better off. You've got uphill only to contend with. And while Angad is lining up for his approach shot on 9th, here's a look at live feed 1 where Cullen would want to follow suit on the footsteps of his playing partners and also pick up a shot on hole number 10th.
And narrowly missing out. So Cullen not having the putter working for him, as Angad with his approach, not from an ideal position, misses it to the left a little. So he'll have some work cut out there for him on number 9.
Which pretty much from the similar spot, what we saw that brilliant approach shot from Lohan is the group playing behind, which composes of Sunit. Sunit's balls up and flying towards what would be the middle of the green. So he's pretty much in Amardeep's territory. Let's hope he can match up or emulate what his playing partner, sorry, the group ahead had done. And there you can see a different approach by Rahil's gone the more aggressive route with the driver and has done what would appear to be the brilliant part, placed himself in middle of the fairway. It'll be exciting to see where he ends up with his approach shot as for the length which he possesses and where we can pretty much see where the ball is. It could be just a wedge from inside 100 yards in. I don't think that's the Rove's tee shot as his bag is moving backwards towards the fairway. So bit of a arrow tee shot for him. Dhruv had a prolific day yesterday where he shot an 8 under par, not trending so much in the right direction for the final round as he finds himself at 1 over par for the day. Well, inside the top 10, he's the only player who's 1 over par for the day. But if he can emulate what he did yesterday, he can definitely make quick amends and move into the red figures once again. Yashas from a bit of a spot of bother. That ball ran a bit more than the player would have liked. Very tricky, quite unfortunate after middle of the fairway for Yashas to short sight himself. Very seldom do you see a player of his caliber do that. But he's got some very good short game touch, and here's to hoping that he can make amends after that chip shot. And from live feed one, we can see Dhruv's ball taken flight towards the flagstick, and he's come up substantially short than he would have liked. Now Angad also in a bit of a troubled spot as he himself finds his ball on the short side of the green, but way simpler chip coming up for him as he has shown how good his short game touch has been through the week.
He did short side himself, but I think given the green speed, because they're not the quickest this week, it does help his cause a little. As Rahil now from an ideal position on number 10. Taking a good swipe at it, seems to have propelled it quite high, and that's the reason why he got that little spin. That's a wonderful shot by him. So the aggressive tee shot does gets followed by a wonderful approach, and if he can make that putt, it will definitely pay dividends. Gaganjit now on number 9, just off the green, and the ball taking a few wobbles and bumps there, so he comes up significantly short. So he's gonna have his work cut out for him on number 9.
Yeah, especially if you're putting off the fringe, got to be very careful with the impact. And sometimes, even if you are extremely careful and have given it the right impact, the thinnest of blades of grass can let your ball jump. And the second a golf ball starts jumping on the putting green, it's not only deviates off target but also substantially loses its speed. That's the expression Buller was also conveying with more of a animated expression towards what the ball did. Now, a very crucial part coming up for Yashas as Yashas is three back of the current leader Gaganjit Bhullar, and he would not want to drift further back.
Absolutely, and like we were saying, these are putts, momentum, and he would not want to go in the back nine too far back, and that's an excruciating lip out for Yashas. That is not the case. That's not what he wanted, obviously, but you don't want to do that on number 9 after that tee shot. Now, a lot also depends on what Gaganji does here, because with the par here for
Well,
him and Anga, they could separate themselves from the field now.
this is a crucial, important time for the leaders and extremely simplistically done by Gaganjit Bhullar. No
Absolutely.
fuss, no muss, just made it look very, very simple.
Showing his calm, showing his confidence. Angad now would like to do the same. Angad manages to make this, which most cases he would. Leaves for a very, very interesting race because then that leaves Yashas with a lot of strokes to catch up moving into the back nine. Could very well turn into a two-man race. Angad making no mistake at all there. There we have it. 3.5 days of play over for the entire field as we watch our leader group making their way to the back nine.
Yeah, it seems to appear to have actually become a two-man horse race as through the course of round three and round four, most of round four, both Angad and Gaganjit Bhullar have separated themselves from the field. What started off as a 126-man field, shortened by the halfway cut marked at 60 and ties 60 players in a total of making cut, and now it is just between the two of them unless we can see a flurry of birdies from someone. It will be a two-man horse race. Now, a good opportunity for Sanet to make his birdie and move on to 14 under par on hole number 10. Comes up a little short, was definitely tracking towards the hole. And here's a look at Rahil trying to move towards more red figures as after that approach shot, this is a very realistic birdie putt for him. The expression of the player says it all. He did exactly what he intended to, and but the ball somehow does not agree with what has to be done and evades the whole. Rahil's had a cold putter this week. We saw him yesterday also, although he shot a brilliant round, but left a few putts out there. Could have been a different story altogether. This is hoping that this is a cleanup act for Dhruv for just a bogey after that Aaron tee shot on hole number 10th. It is a deeming tee shot when it comes down, when you're staring down that narrow bottleneck from an elevated tee shot with out of bounds lurking on the right hand sides and most of the fairway narrowing out as you get closer and longer off the tee.
Cullen also struggling with the putter a little bit. See if we can warm it up a little bit over here.
These are very important times for all the players as it's not just about picking up the winner's check, it's also about solidifying your positions at the order of merit vis-a-vis collecting world ranking points, which can be helpful in getting the players bettered in their careers. And that's a good part hold out by Khalin on hole number 11th. Now we can see.
Maybe that is the change of gear for him with the back nine coming in.
Yes, with the holes running out of play, the players really need to push the middle accelerator to the middle as it's a steep uphill task by set by Gaganjit on 19 under par, and the closest pursuer is Angad Chima, the joint leader, alongside.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
My word, Dhruv has not bogeyed the 10th hole. He's actually double bogeyed the hole. So that's a big handbrake puller in the way his round was progressing from yesterday. With a few holes left and the aggression which he possesses with the strong game, I won't be surprised if he can make his way back to at least level par or maybe in red figures. And now it's time for Rahil to showcase his ball striking skills on hole number 11th. Extremely well done. On the fatter half of the green, Rahil has given himself a somewhat makeable length of a birdie putt. We can't rule him out because it's in the range of being able to make it. At least he's earned a few putts after missing out on a few short ones. That'll be a sign of relief for him.
Sunny taking dead aim now on number 11.
Sanit being a little extra deliberate this time around than his usual routine. I guess
This one would suit him because it takes a higher ball flight, which is probably why he took that extra club. So he could have flown it to the flag and stopped it, but just muscled it a little too much.
yeah, is a very powerful ball striker. So length on par threes is not something which he has to even bother about. But yes, directionally that ball moved more than he would have liked. Nonetheless, still on the dance floor, you never know when you can dial it from a different country code and still walk off with a birdie. Now, Dhruv would look to make amends of what just has transpired with him on his hole number 10th. With that finish, you can only say that he's launched it way high in the air and a brilliant work by the cameramen as they are able to capture such difficult high ball flights. Dhruv overshooting the green just by a narrow margin, but the ball is in a very comfortable spot and he's drawn a good lie. So watch out, maybe chip in time. It's been some time since we've seen a chip in, and there you have galleries flocking to where the leaders and seeing what is happening in their beautiful Tri City of Chandigarh at the Chandigarh Golf Club. As the leaders make way towards the center of the fairway on hole number 10, here's a look at the leaderboard. Gaganjeet is still at 19 under par, which means he's leading the tournament. In close pursuit is Angad Chima at 18 under par, Yashas Chandra at 15, Lohan, Abhinav Lohan, Khalin Joshi, Sunit Basnoi, and Rahil Ganji at 13 under par, respectively, at tied fourth, which stretches all the way till eighth position, where Karandeep finds himself in a tie with Jairat Singh Sandhu and Amardeep Malik at 12 under par. Well, this is the live scoreboard from the live action at the heart of Chandigarh Golf Course. Within a very short while, we will have the crowning glory moment for the one who will emerge as the top. I wonder what Yash's caddy is doing that far out. He is way far behind than his boss for the week, and be a little watchful for the referees to make sure that they are in time and the pace of play is being maintained.
Yash is finding himself in the middle of the fairway.
There you have Yashas. Every time he's about to hit the shot, he does the visualization part, and then the right hand comes out to gesture the ball flight, which he's suggesting. So I won't be surprised if this one's a soft right to left draw to a left tucked in flag.
Yes, that would also be the uh, ideal ball flight for where this flag is tucked into the left. You also watch spectators now walking in and catching up with the leader groups.
Well, that's a good shot in the fat of the green. And if there was ever a time to watch live golf happening in your Tri City area, which is Chandigarh, now it is it. And we can see Angad going the very, very aggressive route and finding the middle of the fairway with he's given himself a very good angle to attack the flag and what would appear to be a wedge in his hand. Surprise, surprise, I wouldn't be if this ball is in and around the flagstick.
Taking it up high with that wedge, and he's hit a wonderful shot.
Yes, he's hit it exactly where Abhinav Lohan had. So,
Not a very difficult putt, little downhill as well, so that will help his case. And Dhruv now from the back edge of number 11. That's a wonderful putt by him, just erring a little on the line. He's going to have about 3 feet for his par.
yes, Dhruv finding a bit of a troublesome spot. Looked like he got out of the stroke way sooner than impact.
I think it wasn't a good stroke. I think he's fairly disappointed, as we can see on his expressions. And Angad now probably a little must have been slightly surprised after that approach that he's still going to be away from his playing partner. But
Yes,
making this putt would definitely put some little pressure on Gagan. Might not take the pressure.
well, first up, he needs to do the job, which is sinking the putt. And unfortunately, the brake department, what he was anticipating, was way less than he was thinking. On the live feed too, Rahil has tapped in for his par as he would move towards the small pocket of birdies which will present the players as they make their way towards relatively easier holes 12, 13, and 14 before the monster 15th comes out with its sharp canines for the players.
I think this would be making a very strong statement in regards to this tournament for
Yes, I don't think that ball's going anywhere in the center of the hole.
indeed exactly what happened.
Making things look extremely simple, Gaganjit, showcasing why he has those many wins and the star power that he possesses. Now it's time for Angad to step up and try and catch up, which he has to do within a short number of holes, as Buller does not seem to be putting a foot wrong.
And this makes it this part becomes a little more stressful for Angad. It's a beautiful camera angle, lines it up. He's one of those guys who puts a line on his golf ball, and no problem whatsoever there for him. But he would be slightly disappointed with not making a birdie there and giving up on a stroke as well.
Yeah, that would feel like more of a drop shot than a regulation par for him. Not just because he'd hit a brilliant tee shot and approach shot, but Puller, from not being in pole position, walked off with a very simplistic birdie. So pressure's getting a little surmounted on Angad as he is at the moment too short away from leader Gaganjeet Puller. It'll be interesting to watch the stats of how many times Buller has picked up a trophy in this particular vicinity. As we have a look at the leaders, Buller at 20, Angad at 18, Yashas at 15. Tied along at fourth is Karandeep Abhinav, Kalin Joshi at 13 under par respectively. As the holes are running out, so are the crucial chances for somebody to catch Gaganjit Bulla.
I have a feeling that it is, for all purposes, a two-man race now. I think Yashas at 15 under par, 5 strokes behind Gagan, is quite a while back.
Yes, just like friction novels, funnier things have happened in life, but it will take a mammoth David versus Goliath effort if somebody, in terms of Yashas, to catch up with the Buller. Buller is making it look very, very simple. Textbook playing presented by the superstar of the Tri City, and it will definitely make things very difficult for the people who are trying to catch him.
And he is keeping it very simple as well. He's not taking too many risks. He's not making a whole lot of errors. He's just letting the strokes come to him. As we've seen with the group before this as well. I think maybe they're judging the wind wrong, or just erring on the side of caution here. Players choosing to play it a little more, playing a little longer than.
Yes, with where the flags is tucked in, it's easy to, in case you're trying to gun down the flag stick, miss it on the left hand side. But he's on the dance floor, so no harm, no foul. There you can see he's getting off the tee to see where the ball has ended up, and not that he needs a sign of relief, but always nice to see your tee shot, which has not given you desired results, but still be on the green. Now it's all up to Angad to gun down the leaders. Let's see what this man is made out of. With two wins already under his bag, this is an attempt for him to get that tally into three. He's done a shade better than his playing partner, but not what he would have desired for. Both Gaganjeet and Angad are fair bit away from the flagstick. I think the wind is a little difficult to gauge, as this tee is hidden not just because of the massive shed behind them, but also on the right hand side it's covered with a tree, so you won't feel the amount of strength the breeze has. It only happens when the ball reaches the apex of its flight, when it will get affected by that breeze.
Yeah, it's probably right, because it's the tee box enclosed from practically all three sides, and maybe there's a little more tailwind than they can feel on the tee box. But
Yeah, we saw Sunit, Dhruv, everybody miss it onto the left side of the green. So that means alongside tailwind, there is substantial drift from the right hand side of this green. Let's see
let's see if
what.
Yashas could learn from them, and he does indeed. Oh, that's a beautiful tee shot by him. That would have got the crowd cheering.
Yes, has is the only person we've seen closest to the pin in a while. So if there was a contest for closest to the pin, I think Yashas would have walked away with top honors. Imagine playing professional golf where you have long driving and closest to the pin and straightest drive for the professionals also, not just the amateurs in the pro am day. Added bonus, I guess.
I think we should make a run for that. We should make a bidding for that to happen. We
Yes,
watched Karandeep coach for the first time today on this par three.
both the playing partner of both, I mean, Karandeep and his playing partner have channeled the correct plateau and have realistic birdie putts. Yes, I would definitely be trying to achieve the straightest drive or the closest to the pin, because how the game has transpired, and my fellow co-host is known for his brutal hitting of the golf ball, long drive competition is not something I would want to content into.
As long as the long distance competition is not including or requiring you to hit the fairway, I think I might have a career calling there then. So we watch
Let's
Gagandeep
just
Butler.
say for the moment we are comfortably happy in sitting in the AC environment and enjoying beautiful golf being aired and being a part of expressing and giving some vocal comments about it.
Absolutely, it's much less stressful watching golf than it is playing. Although nothing seems stressful for this group, especially that man on our screens. He currently holds the tournament by the scruff of its neck at 20 under par, two clear of the other man on the screen, Angachima, but it's not done yet by any stretch of the means. Plenty of holes left, plenty of opportunities for everybody.
Yes, what's interesting for me is to see that the galleries are not just only on their two by twos, which means walking, but they have four wheels for them. So a rare sighting where you see the galleries being traveling in golf carts.
Yeah, and I think it's probably also to help the different age categories that have come to follow golf. I mean, there'd probably be kids who are as young as 5, 6, 7, and then there'd be people who are plus 70. So,
Yeah, that's true. But most of the people won't know that golf is so avid and popular in this city that so many times when you're driving into the golf course, maybe even half a kilometer short, you'll see somebody coming from his house, villa, and driving in a golf cart with the golf bag hanging back. And here's a look at Gaganjeet's birdie attempt on hole number 11. That must have looked so good. It was trailing all the way. So as you can see, Gaganjeet is not putting a foot wrong. It's for the rest of the people and the closest pursued being Angachima to step up and try and disturb the proceedings.
this is one of the better putts as well from that distance. And exactly that spot. Oh, come on. I think Angad would be very interested to see what happens here because he must have gotten a decent read.
Yes, definitely. He would have got a very good read of how the ball is going to break and a fair measure of understanding how the speed of the green is behaving. Well, it's safe to say at sitting at 18 under par, he knows any and everything about this golf course and the speeds. But it's always good to see a ball tracking from a similar perspective of line.
Angad missing it from the other side of the cup, but a good putt nonetheless.
Yes, both those players, Angad and Gaganjit, have had very good putts on hole number 11.
Yashas with the more realistic opportunity for birdie.
I wonder, with both the players being homebred, for whom is the gallery rooting for? Well, it's safe to say that the star power is way stronger for Gaganjit Bhullar with just because of sheer career wins that he's got.
You know, Angad is very, very well admired and liked on tour. Let's go with the 50-50.
That'll be a safe bet. And here's a look at the birdie putt from Yasha's. He just can't believe that in the last foot and a half that ball broke so far away from the hole.
Yes, and I think it's almost safe to say the holes are running out for Yashas. I mean, it's a wonderful showing for him. Can't take that away. But unless Gaganjeet and Angad make errors, which currently the way they're playing seems highly unlikely, Yashas needs to make a dent and make a dent very, very quickly to have any say on that leaderboard. And as we were saying, Angad does make an error. That's a disappointing miss for him. That's the second three part of the day for him, and by judging by his reaction, seems to be indicating that the ball
He seems to
broke.
be indicating that he did not assume that the ball is going to break that much. Now we have Puller to clean it up, and just because of the folly of Angad, he now finds himself three clear. There you have it. Extremely talented WGI winner Nia Tripathi trying to help fellow golfer Jairaj Singh. They both have a similar system of reading the line, the aim point system. I guess they both believe in the same principles of aim point. Now, what would it be to say that if both the caddy and the player are reading the putt using the same technology, whose line would it be better off?
It's a
Or
good debate, actually.
on the other hindsight, in case the putt after being read by both the players with the same system, they end up missing it, who's to take the blame?
You're creating grounds for an argument there between them. One of them is a one-time winner on the professional men's tour. One of them is a 15 plus times winner on the women's tour. Not sure whose word you agree with at the end. And
Well, it'll be
Cooch
safe.
now
Yeah,
cleaning up.
it'll be safe to say that both are extremely talented players, and at the end of the day, they're just working together to improve each other's game. And this week, it's Jairaj who will be on the more of a receiving end of the benefits of having such a established player on the bag.
Absolutely.
And that was a nice cleanup by Akbar on hole number 15th. Is a very tricky hole number 15th. It's something very similar to hole number 7th. Requires absolute focus and near perfect execution if you want to walk away just a mere par on this hole.
A gentle giant of the Indian tour, Uday Mane, sizing up his putt on number 15.
Yeah, that's should be a very simple par save for Udyan on hole number 15th. And he looks to have done exactly that. Now here's a look at Aryan Rupanand on the hole number 14th, par 3. The flag's all the way tucked into the right side. Let's see if these youngsters can be up to the challenge where Mr. Sampath Chari, the tournament director, has hidden the flagstick. Doesn't seem to be the case for Aryan. I think he's gone a little on the short side of it.
Yeah, it could be on the sand trap, short of the green on right.
Yeah, Mikhail, after a one over on round number 3, tied 12th position at 10 under par. So, an eventful week for him as he's been a professional golfer for a while, but this, in all measures, is his rookie season on a very different tour with very different playing conditions. So, I would say he's doing extremely well in the very first season. Direction is the issue. To put the ball at that very small plateau, you gotta be very, very precise with the landing spot.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशी।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
There you have Aaron missing out the green on the shorter side. Will have a very tricky chip coming up for him, as there's barely any green to work with, and to add to the level of difficulties, it's an elevated green. So sometimes you have to be mindful of what kind of flag sticks you are being aggressive with, but with the star class which these professionals on your screen have, I don't think they shy out of catching up on any of these greens.
Mikhail doing the tending of the flag himself. Aaron leaving himself that for his third. As you watch Mikhail on number 14, that's a great effort by him given the distance of it. And we have an update for you. So, as it turns out, Gaganjit Bhullar made a 5 on number 11, the par 3. That would mean that he made a double, which would put him at 18 under par. And Angad Chima made a bogey as we watched him with a 3 putt on number 11. So he's at 17 under par, leaving Yashash Chandra at 15. So Gaganjit Bhullar still the leader.
Now, Rashid, after that prolific tee shot on hole number 14, has a very makeable birdie attempt and extremely well done, showing why he's got so many titles under his belt. Rashid's not one of those players who backs down from a challenge, no matter how difficult that flagstick is, and wherever it's been hidden away. This was a very clear example of that. And yes, with that update on what's happened on the top of the helm, it brings in a lot of things into perspective. Angad is just a shot away from Gagan, and it also throws in Yashas as 15 into play. as the difference from 5 is a mere 2 shot difference. That's very well done by Aryan, cleaning up from that very tricky spot. He has made that up and down look very, very simple.
Indeed, and I think after that hole, Gaganjeet has opened the doors for a few players further back as well. I mean,
There you can see Vikrant strolling towards what we think is his approach shot on the very, very tricky hole number 15th.
Aditya, why don't you share with our viewers why hole number 15 is stroke index 1 on this golf course, and why is it a tricky hole as it is?
Well, for first things first, 15th is stroke index 2, and if we look at the sheer length of this hole, it stands at towering 475 yards. And if it wasn't enough, there is a severe dogleg on where you have to hit your tee shot from, which means you have to move your ball substantially left to right. And while you're doing that, you have to take it over that hydration plant on the left hand side and be very mindful to end up in that very narrow pocket of which is maybe less than 15 yards where the fairway is for the longer hitters. So on top of if you got that dialed in, you have to hit your approach shot into a very narrow green. The width of this green is not more than 15 to 18 yards. As you can see, somebody of Karandeep's resume also struggling on this particular hole. There you can see the referee Sanya Sharma trying to give assistance to the players. Sanya herself is a established professional golfer on the women's tour. Maybe she's telling her which particular spot to take a drop from, as this is also her home course. Having said that, very, very interesting times upon us as a bit of a flutter, well, actually, more than a bit of a flutter from Gaganjeet on hole number 11th has made this tournament wide open for somebody who's as far as 14 under par, where Khalil finds himself. It'll be interesting to watch how Kocher goes about this rather precarious chip shot for him.
And on our screens to the right, we have Abhinav Lohan, hole number 14.
Yeah, while Karandeep is still trying to visualize or gauge what he's going to do with this particular shot on hole 14th, which is live feed 2, was Abhinav Lohan. Abhinav trying to just stay loose for this very challenging pin position on the hole number 14th. The closest and the best result we've seen for now is Rashid Khan on that hole.
Erring on the side of caution, a little over the green on the left. He'll have plenty of green, plenty of room for that chip shot. Not the easiest of shots, but not short sighting himself.
Well, at least he's got enough green to have different options for this particular shot. He can run it, he can fly it. But yeah, not the best of showings by Lohan. Way far better, a prolific ball striker than what we just saw. Now, lengthy conversation between Amar Malik and his caddy about the club selection and vis-a-vis the shot shaping. In the meanwhile, on live feed 2, we have Karan ready to pull the trigger on that very creative chip shot, which it would need to be after that Aaron approach shot.
A little unsure of where that ended up as we watch Amardeep Malik and to have that distinct pause at the top of his backswing. Seems to have taken it high and fairly decent shot. He had a good shot, dropped in the pitched in the middle of the green. Now, see when you watch that shot and the release that he got, you admire Rashid Khan's shot even more because he managed to drop it on the edge of the green and stop it short of the flag, making a wonderful birdie. Cullen now find himself four adrift. He would think after that there's an opportunity for him. Leaving it a little left of the flag under that little tier. So he's going to have a lengthy attempt at.
So that's where Karandeep's chip shot has left him. He's done exceedingly well to get it that close to the flag stick from that far out, and
It's a wonderful make by him.
possibly a good up and down for him.
Making that wonderful up and down under the watchful eyes of the veteran women's golfer Neha Tripathi. Jairaj now for his cleanup.
Extremely well done. Not an easy hole. The 15th, and to walk away with par is very much closer in the vicinity of picking up half a shot on the field. It's time for the broomstick putter to come out and come for the rescue of its wielder Vikrant, nicely cleaning up on 15th hole. With three holes to go, watch out for this group to be accelerating further more towards the leader. I'm sure they have had a look at the live leaderboards on the golf course and can see what's transpiring at the top of the scoreboards.
Yes, and I think that double and bogey, the double by Gagan and that bogey by Angad would have gotten some of these guys excited as well, making them believe that they still have a shot.
Well, after a flutter by both the leaders, yes, it has definitely given a ray of hope to the players chasing at 14 under par or 15 under par. But having said that, it still needs to be done, and catching up is required. Here's a look at live feed one, where Lohan is almost ready and has pulled the trigger on his chip shot, and he's done exceedingly well. Puts it inside 3 feet to save his par on hole number 14th. Now here's a look at Amar, just narrowly missing out on keeping the ball on the green, but in a very good position. As you can see, he's got the flat stick out. That means the lie is very good, and let's see how he fares about his attempt for trying to make a birdie on the difficult hole number 14. That's the discussion we were having earlier, also what we saw on hole number 9 for Gaganjit. Sometimes off the fringe, the ball takes a uncanny bounce and throws the ball off direction and also off target. That's something what Amardeep also experienced. But he's been putting phenomenally well for his par attempt, so won't be surprised for him to pop that one in and evade the folly of dropping a shot. Now a look at Kalin Joshi. Kalin from the middle of the green has to contend with a little bit of a bowl position where he finds his golf ball at the moment. Not too bad, just a bit of a 4 foot left for him. And we will soon be having an update upon what's happening with the leaders.
The wonderful make by Amar.
Yes, Abbas Flagstick has been being the rescue aid for him on more than a few occasions. He's made some lengthy par saves to keep his round going in the correct direction. Amardeep currently is 2 under par for his round, which is 13 under par. Now for Cullen to do more of a cleanup act to save his par on hole number 14, which he's done exceedingly well, and down towards the trickery of hole number 15.
I mean, I'm just taking that little extra time just to be sure he knows exactly what is happening to this putt and what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's being very meticulous about this short length par attempt which stands in his way. It's good to see players giving the required amount of attention to even the smallest of strokes versus the lengthiest of drives which they have to pull out, as equal weightage is thrown to every contact which you've made with your golf ball. It's one stroke if you hit it 1 feet and hit it into the hole, or it's one stroke if you can pound it like my playing sorry, my pound it like my co-commentator, which you can see on your screens at the moment. Aryan,
Distraught. Aryan is just
yes,
distraught with that miss.
yeah, dropping a shot on the 15th is no fun, and especially if he could have saved that is another story. Here's a look at Muniappa on your screens. Muniappa had that beautiful hole out eagle on hole number 7th yesterday, alongside his playing partner Muhammad Azhar. Well,
First look at
this
hole number 17 as well today.
yes, first look at 70. The various ways you can play this hole. If you got the length and the heart and courage for it, you can definitely try and reach the front half or drive it even onto the green. On the other side, people pick up a 5 iron, place it in the fairway with a gap wedge coming in. Seems to be a shortish putt for Muniappa. Good to see him coming back into his own, as he is 5 under par for his round already. He's broken into the top 10 with that flurry of birdies, where he's already made 5 birdies and is currently blemish free. Great sighting to see him recover after his extremely prolonged back injury. Nicely done by Mohammad Azhar also. I remember a very faint incident where we'd just turned professionals, and colored mobiles had come out into play, and Muniappa and me used to spend a lot of time playing games and exchanging audio files for the kind of music which we prefer. And to stranger times, where mobiles are the only thing which you actually need in your life, it's evaded phones, small tablets, laptops, and everything. There's Chikarangappa also cleaning up for his par attempt. What would be the case on hole number 17th? With just one hole to go, as they will come closer to drawing a conclusion of their respective rounds.
Through Sharon amongst the busy golf course currently.
Yes, Dhruv is having a bit of a forgetful day as of right now, because he finds himself 4 over par for the day. Such is the case of this game. It can show you the highest of highs which he saw yesterday, to a bit of a abysmal condition right now, which he finds himself at 4 over par. He's got a few holes to go around and make amends of, which is not a very clean scorecard, as if for what he did yesterday. And a look at the leaderboard, the story is slightly different as what was being projected. Gaganjit Bowler is at 19 under par, 2 shots clear of his chasing closest pursuer. Angad Chima at 17. Yashas is at 15. Tied fourth, Abhinav Lohan, Rahil Ganji at 14 under par, alongside a duo of Amardeep Malik and Karandeep Kocher, respectively, at 13 under par. And then the trio of C. Muniappa with that flurry of birdies, 5 under par, alongside Karandeep Kocher and Amardeep Malik.
Yes, indeed. Our apologies, as we had updated you with Gaganjit making a double on 11. Indeed, it was a par, and he did in fact reach 20 under par after 10 holes on round 4, and he made a bogey on number 12, which would mean that he now sits at 19 under par and Angachima, who made that bogey on number 11 with the three putt, finds himself two adrift. And Yasha is the third member of that leader group, finds himself where he started the day at 15 under par, so four back from Gaganjeet Bhullar, the current leader of the tournament.
Here's a look at Rahil. Rahil currently finds himself at 14 under par and from a fair bit distance away on hole number 14. I would say he's earned more than a long distance putt finding the bottom of the hole. Gave it too much steam from that far out. Very easy to flutter on the distance department from that far out. Well, with the changes which we have been just informed, the leaders are at where the leader is Gaganjeet Bhullar still at 19 under par and Angad at 17th with Yashas at 15, Abhinav Lohan 14 and Rahil 14. That just means that it is now also the same case where it's all for Angad Chima to be able to contend and take down the big man, which is leading the tournament as of right now. It'll be interesting to watch Dhruv make this part as he's had a bit of a scoring dilemma in the back nine. Would definitely like to clean it up and get at least towards the number where he started his day from. There you can see he's being extra cautious about his stroke, trying to leave nothing to chance. Looks like it's tracking. Looks like it's tracking. Wow.
It was a wonderful. That putt did everything but go in.
There are days when you just have to take one on the chin and keep on moving. Seems to be the case for Dhruv, unfortunately, today.
Narrow miss again on this hole
Yes,
for Sanit.
yes, as the sun is baking up, so are the greens, not letting the players get the desired results. But these players are extremely talented. It's a matter of time in the very next hole where they might pounce up and do exactly what is desired, make a tons of birdies. Maybe not on the 15th, but definitely on 16th, 17th, 18th.
Yeah, they would have liked to make the putt going. Making a birdie on 14 and going up to 15 is always a very comfortable feeling.
Yeah, it gives you that breathing space. Extra huff and puff of air in your lungs is always good, which should be the case with Rahil after he sinks this putt. Well, all the three players narrowly missing out on the hole. Rather unfortunate for Rahil to drop a shot after he was in a tie for fourth position alongside the man on your screens, Abhinav Lohan. Lohan seems to have a fair bit left for himself on the 15th. Cullen also given zone.
El Bro, the man from Faridabad, one of the most recent winners on tour, winning this year. Courtesy a hole in one as well on that golf course. So iron striking definitely on point. It's a matter of getting the putter rolling for him, and he's always there contending. As we watch on our screens on the right, Yashas and Gagan getting
Yes, on the
ready.
live feed too, it's interesting to distinguish where the player is and what is the gallery, because it's beginning to get bigger and more crowded behind the leader groups.
On
Amar,
our left now, Amar would probably be looking to hold this.
that'll be a very good sighting for him, as over the time he's evolved in his chipping action where he has the left hand down and not the more conventional way, but it's giving him desired results as he finds himself at 13 under par. There you have a man standing with the crooked club in his hand called the golf club, which is Yashash Chandra amongst the big gallery that has emerged to see and support their favorite player.
Everybody getting a little look in of their leaders for this tournament. Yash is now first in the tee.
Yes, Yashas and Buller both made birdies on hole number 13th, which has sized the difference between between Buller and his closest pursuer, Angad Chima.
Yash is playing it safe. Very interesting. I'm not sure whether that is the line he chose or he pulled it a little. But if he has any say in this tournament, he will have to jump up and attack the flag a little more. And
Yes, for Yashish to have a shot at the title, he has to sink everything from here out, because Buller is not leaving anything for on the plate for anybody to come and bite off.
Gangajeet now with his iron play and his ball flight, he's going to take a more aggressive line. Gangajeet taking that swipe, some beautiful camera work, and he does indeed hit a good one. A little more release than he would have anticipated, but leaves himself in a good position.
Yeah, he's found the dance floor and has got a reasonable putt to go for his birdie, but which means he should easily be able to secure his par on the hole. Now comes the turn for Angad. It's pretty much do and die situation for Angad also now, as he finds himself three shots adrift.
Yeah, one would assume that it's all green signals for Angad now. It's go time. I'm sure he knows that this hole suits his ball flight. Hits it very, very high. Gets that little extra bit of stop and check, as we can see, but he just comes up short. Half a club short there for him, just under the flag, under the green, actually. So Gaganjeet out of the group in the most ideal positions. Not entirely a birdie opportunity, but an outside chance nonetheless for him. Crowds getting bigger and bigger and more excited to see this tournament through and see the conclusion of the Nissan presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by the Chandigarh Golf Club. The tournament is being played for a whooping prize money of 1 CR, and some of the best golfers, some of the best local players and some very strong international flavor as well in the event. This is where we are currently on round 4. We're on hole number 14 with the leader group, and as we pan in to the crowds, and I'm sure there are more and more people lining up around hole number 18, and crowds around some other groups as well following their favorite players. Eager to see how this tournament ends. Always exciting to have players like Gaganjeet Bhullar and Angad Chima, Karandeep Kochar, Rahil Gangji. All big names, all winners on international tours, all competing against each other this week. As we have all of them, all the crowd banding around the green. Heartening to see the crowds coming out. The temperature's getting warmer. We're hitting summer. And there we have an update on the leaderboard as well. Gaganjeet Bhullar has managed to track back to 20 under par, making a birdie on number 13, the par 5. Angad missing out on the birdie there and making a par, while Yashash Chandra, the third member of this group, making a birdie. So now, as we sit, Gaganjeet Bhullar is at 20 under par, 3 shots clear of Angad Chima, and Yashash making some ground with a birdie of his own on number 13, sitting at 16 under par. 4 adrift from that top position. Would be Yashash now, first on this green. A lengthy attempt at birdie. Sizing up his putt. Carry giving him the exact point where he thinks the putt is going to break from. You're giving him reassurance. You stroke it over there, get the right speed, it's going to be in the hole. Judging by the way the greens have performed today and the struggle the players have had due to the speed and grain here, a 2-putt from this distance would be very commendable. As we can watch the putt taking a few bumps, but Yash is doing a very, very good job leaving it in tap in range, acknowledged by the crowd. Angad now from just short of the green, or maybe just on. We can't see because of that little slope, but choosing to go with the flat stick. Taking a few bumps of its own, but a wonderful putt by him. Gaganjeet now. This would put a very, very big dent between him and Angad if he can manage to roll this out. Obviously, it is an outside chance. It's not what one would call the makeable range. He's actually left himself a very tricky putt for par now. This is interesting because he had the easier putt out of the 3, but maybe there was a slight lapse in concentration or a misread of speed and line there. But As we have it, he's got the better part of 4.5 feet. Probably, perhaps, slightly longer as well for his par. Not wasting any time.
That's the first flat stick blemish we've seen from Gaganjeet.
Gagan just making it slightly more interesting for the field there. A very unlikely, unexpected bogey for him. That would make the tee shot a little more difficult mentally for him on number 15.
Yes, that presents a breathable space for somebody who's trying to catch him, which is Angad Chima. Angad has got a very small power save attempt coming his way. I recall from even yesterday, Gaganjeet had a bit of a blemish on hole number 15, but he made quick amends by making an eagle chip in on hole number 16 after that. So, very, very interesting phase of golf coming your way at the comforts of your home. As you can see, the lead has narrowed down a further bit more, and on your screens, you can see the superstar player SSP Chaurasia strolling in the middle of the fairway of hole number 9 as he's drawing closer to the end of his round alongside the ever so energetic and laughable N. Thangaraja. I wonder what the conversation between N. Thangaraja is because Thanga barely speaks the native language of our country, and it's a lengthy conversation between Pawan and N. Thangaraja. Thanga is always energetic and fooling around.
Walking behind them, another superstar of Indian golf, SSP. Good to see him out here competing. Karandeep Kocher on our right.
Yes,
Abhinav, that putt would have looked beautiful to him and just coming up a little short. And Karandeep now on hole number 17. The little tap in comfortably done for him. Moving on to number 18, the final hole for this week.
yes, with a stretch of just four holes remaining in deciding the leaders, it's a two-man race, or it actually can be a three-man race also because it's only three shots between Yashas and Gaganjeet Bhullar.
Especially with the par 5 coming up, I mean, Yashas could very well just make an eagle.
Yes, that's a realistic possibility. And with four holes to decide for who takes top honors for the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Course, it is a matter of a few less than an hour where we'll have the crowning moment for the winner. From the looks of it, it is Gaganjeet Bhullar, unless somebody can chase him down, which would be in the closest pursuers, be Anga Chima and Yashas Chandra. Now, what's interesting to watch is that with 15, 16, 17, and 18th left, there can be a realistic change in the scoring, as 15th is no slouch in terms of levels of difficulty. And on the flip side of it, 16th and 17th possess really makeable birdie opportunities. Yes.
So especially 17 is a great design hole because you could be aggressive and have a shot at an eagle and a birdie, but also can make an error because the hole is just designed so beautifully. As we watch Cullen previously on our feed left on the left with the beautifully holed putt, and Amardeep following suit with a shorter distance, and on our right now on hole number 16. Spectators there, youngsters enjoying the shade, waiting for their leaders to come forth and play this hole as we take a look at the leader group.
Yes, it's an interesting and a rare sighting where we are having ropes being required for the galleries not coming in closer to the players. Good to see the ever so vibrant city of the Tri City Chandigarh, where the spectators are forming up, gathering up to watch live action in their home clubs and support their fellow players.
Yasha's finding himself in the fairway there for the first important bit, but the whole 15th hole is tricky because of the reason that once you hit the fairway, which is not a very easy task, you then have to make your approach towards a very tiny putting surface from a fair distance out.
Yes, the most important part is to find the fairway, and it seems to be the case where Yashas has done that. And let's see how he executes his approach shot on that this very, very difficult and tricky hole number 15th. You can see the winds back up, not adding to also adding to the difficulty levels. Taking that extra caution time with just a stretch of four holes left, understandably so, is Yashas M. Chandra, the man from Mysore. Yashas, already a winner on tour, is being nice and diligent about how he wants to shape up the shot.
Yes, it's definitely go time for Yashas. He finds himself a short adrift. Angad Chima, who's two shots behind Gaganjeet, so
Yashas is holding his finish, so that could mean that he's hit a very good shot. But the last time he did that, that ball ended up on the very tricky spot on hole number ninth.
he
Ended
was
up
leaning to
being
the
short
right
and left.
and quickly looking back at his caddy would imply that he's not content with where that finished as.
And here's a look at Abhinav Lohan, or is that
Dhruv Sharon
Sorry, my apologies. That
on
was Dhruv Sharon
number
from over
16.
number 16. Angad from the left hand side of the fairway, contending with the trees overhanging, seems to have made a good contact, sizing the ball up and down. And from the gesture, that means that he's hit a good shot. Anything on this dance floor, as it is a very good shot. But let's see where that ball has ended up. Well, in the scorching heat of the summer, which is pretty much hitting the entirety of our country, it's a very well response by the galleries to make their ways and support their players. And equally extremely well done by the players by showcasing such beautiful and low scoring capabilities by them. So that would mean that the closest person to the hole is Angad Chima, and he will get a very fair read from Yashas M. Chandra because he's pretty much on the similar lines.
Absolutely, but one would assume that this is a must make for Yashas right here.
Yes, Yashas has to try and birdie every particular hole. Well, he gave it a certain thump about it, but just a smidge off the line. But what that's done exactly is what I was just trying to emphasize upon. It's given Angad a very good read on how the ball is going to break. Not that he needs it, but I'm sure it's a welcome sight for what he just saw.
Yes, indeed, and I think also how uh, his nerves would feel on the putt will also depend on what Gaganjeet manages to do over here.
If Gaganjit can hold this putt, it would pretty much mean he slammed the door shut on anybody who's trying to catch him.
Yes, it will make Angad's putt a little more nervy, and the quick walk-in would suggest that he does make that putt. That's a beautifully holed putt by Gaganjeet. He's
Yes,
not
that
opening. He's not letting up any room at all.
yes. Now the pressure has shifted. So yeah, that's the funny part of this game. As of just about a moment ago, Angad was in a very good position to make a birdie and a charge towards the leader, but that prolific masterstroke by Gaganjeet has made Angad's putt a little more strenuous.
This is definitely a little more difficult for him. I mean, he still put a good stroke, and I'm not saying he's going to get very nervous or strained about the putt, but
Well,
it does change the
I'm
dynamic.
hoping he does make it and makes things more interesting for all the fellow players and the gallery, and so he does.
Angad
So,
clearly showing nothing phases him.
so this is a very, very exciting time. So for anybody who's glued onto their respective TV screens, with also the players, sorry, the where all the galleries, which has been pursuing what's happening on the leaders and the leader groups in such harsh conditions. At least a few umbrellas are out there, so that should provide some respite. Yashas left to with his cleanup part. It's heartening to see Muniappa post up a 5 under par, which catapults him to tied ninth for the moment at 12 under par. After that series of back issues, it's very good to see a gritty player like Muniappa come back into the limelight. Yasha's cleaning up for his par attempt breathes a sign of just a bit of relief. I guess it's now left to Angad Chima to catch up with the leader, which is Gaganjeet Bhullar. Certainly seems not to be happy with the result, what happened with that stroke which he put on it, and it's time for Sunit to get about his business and try and see if he can secure one more birdie in his round and get a little better from ninth at 12 under par and get all the way to 13th, which could lead him up at a tied sixth position.
Yeah, it is making things very interesting because as we see,
Yes, it's very interesting times for world golf and ever so for Indian golf with the price purses going up. vis-a-vis the world ranking points, getting involved in also the volume of events increasing up sizably. This is the time to shine in this career or take it up as a profession if you were contemplating upon the thoughts. The strategic move by the tour commissioner, Mr. Uttam Mandi, signing up a deal with the TP World Tour has put a lot of focus and limelight on international golf coming all the way home to the domestic golf. You can see so many international players trying to make a way and carve a path for themselves on the domestic tour, and a lot of Indians get an opportunity to get their rankings and prize purses bigger and fatter as every week we're playing for at least a 1 CR prize purse. Well, that ball had
Did a little 360 there on him, but
yes, the ball
went
had no
in.
intentions of going in, but the fury of Rahil made sure that that ball went into the bottom of the hole, because one more ball doing a daylight robbery to him, I don't think it would have been ended up good for that ball's future.
Yeah, the ball almost defied physics. Said, I don't listen to gravity, I'm not going to go in the hole, but gravity winning at the end. And
Yeah, interesting. Lohan electing to putt from that far back. I guess the green speed is extremely high, and he's done exceedingly well from that difficult lie.
that would have looked good to him. Urging it to turn a little more, turn a little faster to the right, and a quick tap in with him. He's going to move on to number 18.
Yes, well, both Harsh Gangwar and Akshay Sharma have produced the best rounds for the day, as both of them have logged in a scorecard of 6 under par and have made substantial jumps. One is at 10 under par, 16th tied, Akshay Sharma, and Harsh at tied in 19th, 9 under par. So great showing by them. We've seen very good scorecards by C. Muniappa, Harsh Gangwar, Akshay Sharma, and even Sarthak Chibbar. Sarthak had a amazing eagle hole out, I'm presuming. That has to be the only case because it's not a drivable hole, the first hole. He's still got a few holes got to play with, and he's already 5 under par. So great scoring by all the players who've made cut after the cut was applied at even par. 60 professionals made through, and as of right now, we already have 46 players par or better. So that's some serious talent being showcased, as Chandigarh golf course is no slouch, and being under par for 4 days is a commendable feat. And just to magnify that commendable feat, Gaganjit Puller finds himself at now the very first look at the last hole of the tournament, which is the 18th hole, 72nd hole for Jairaj. Jairaj cleans up what could be the case that he's made par, the caps off, acknowledgements of the round getting over, and pleasantries being exchanged by the players. There you have Arin in a very good position in the middle of the fairway with what appears to be a gap wedge in his hand. It's all but set up for a green light shot coming up from him. But before that, he'll have to wait for his playing partner, Rashid Khan, to pull off the shot. And Rashid, to a very big surprise, has flared it extremely to the, on the right hand side. He's actually ended up being very, very lucky that that ball has stayed inbounds. There you can see the staff trying to get the cables out of the way so that the player has does not have to contend with it. Bit of a surprise is Rashid spraying it that far out. Well, we
not sure where
can't.
he ended up, but
Not
hugely a
really.
little short of the
Not
green.
really certain where that ball's ended up. And by the gesture which Aaron is expressing he has maybe done the unthinkable. And now off to Mikhail. Mikhail also in a very good position. Shell seems to have done the abbreviated finish. That means he's trying to knock the ball down so that the wind does not affect it, and he's done exceedingly well.
It's a wonderful shot, beautifully judged by Mikhail on number 18. Not the easiest of tee shots or approach shots. It's a wonderful finishing hole. I feel, especially with the tournament, if it's on the line, and there are more than a couple of players involved.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
There you can see Aaron Rupan, and I think he's evaded the water, but put himself in a rather tricky spot. And so has his playing partner Rashid. Now it'll be interesting as dropping a shot is never fun for any professional golfer, and especially on the 72nd hole of a tournament, being in the middle of the fairway is really, really troublesome, even if you are just playing a regular round.
Aryan with the forgetful approach. Let's see if he can mend his way with a great chip shot here.
Yes, Aaron not wasting any time and ready to execute.
He had the right idea, but leaving himself short there. Probably didn't catch it in the right groove. So he's gonna have to work a little to make his four, as we have Rashid. His shot's a little more tricky.
Yeah, Rashid's got lesser green to work with, but a very, very imaginative play by him.
He's put himself in
Ins-
gimme range.
Yeah, it's inside 3 feet, and he, as it is a very talented player. And if there was something safe to say about Rashid Khan, is that he knows any and everything about saving pars and securing good finishes, oblique winning titles. He just showcased how good your short game needs to be in times of need.
And Mikhail now with his opportunity for a three after that wonderful approach. A beautifully played hole for him, actually. A great tee shot. Put himself in the right position and capitalize with that wedge shot. Let's see if he can actually make the putt, make a three.
Miguel is being very, very meticulous and taking his time, as this could very much be the last stroke of the tournament for him.
And he'd like that to be the last shot he plays in this tournament. And indeed, it is for him. That's a wonderfully made three on number 18. Always leaves a good taste, makes for a nicer lunch.
Yes, Mikhail walks off with the birdie on the 18th, which means he will finish round 4 at 2 under par. There's a possibility that this might pulled him into the top 10. RN after that somewhat forgetful approach shot has cleaned up nicely for a par. Don't want to drop shot on the 18th hole after getting that good a drive and being in pole position.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 days of good hard work and just to drop a shot so casually on number 18 feels devastating. But luckily, none of that had to happen. So he makes his four, moves on as we watch in the fairway. Abhinav Lohan measuring up his distance.
Yes, Lohan followed in with his approach shot coming up. We'll just quickly get back to it. Where these balls have ended up, there's a realistic chance that Dhruv and whoever's ball that is next to him have hit drivers. They've had a run of good fortune because it's a very tricky spot to end up in. Let's see if we can make the most of it. Maybe chip it in, walk off with the two. Well, that's well done. He had to contend with the collar of the green on the right hand side, which obviously throws the ball away from the hole. And no surprises, that shot, which is next coming up, is Mr. Rahil Ganji.
That's a smart shot by Dhruv, actually.
Yes, he's left himself with a uphill putt coming up, and definitely more so makeable than leaving it in a funnier spot. Now let's see what Rahil has to say about it. Rahil's got the club face open and is making sure that the club face is open. So I think he's going to pitch it right very close to the flagstick.
Probably going for a more aggressive approach.
Yeah. He's got the skills to pull it off. So won't be surprising to see if he actually does what he's thinking.
And he does so
Wow.
perfectly, actually. It's a wonderfully played shot by him. Took the risk.
Yes, he took the risk and nearly hold out for a two. And just because he didn't hold out for a two, he's left himself with a very, very simple birdie putt. And Yashas from the right hand side of the 16th has also hit a brilliant shot from that far out. You can see the galleries relishing what's being displayed in terms of way above excellence in terms of short game skills by the Mysore based professional golfer Yasas Chandra.
That was perfectly judged by him, come with all that green to work with. He also had to get the speed right, which he did quite beautifully. Tapping in, moving forward, does Yashas. Gangaji now has short sighted himself, left side of the green, but shouldn't be a problem in regards to trying to stop it because the greens aren't too quick.
Yes, Gaganjit, likewise, like Rahil has got the club face way open. What should help him is that the green's a little higher than where he's chipping from, so that should put the ball in to a fast start. Not that he needed that fast start, he nearly hold that chip shot in.
And I got the crowd excited for sure. They all were willing it into the hole.
Well, with that chip shot, it is all but left to Angad to try and press a little harder, and which would we could hope could be his eagle attempt coming up as Buller cleans up for which appears to be a birdie. We'll soon get to know that on the score sheets.
Yes, we'll soon find out. But as everything stands, um, whether this putt is for an eagle or a birdie, this needs to now go. One would assume for Angad. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult for anybody to catch Gaganjeet.
Well, the only person left on the playing field right now who can catch a Gaganjeet is Angad, and it will require a Herculean task, as you can see on your bottom right half. The top five: Gaganjeet at 20, Angad at 17, Yashas at 15, and Abhinav Lohan alongside Amardeep Malik at 14 under par. So nobody other than Angad has a outside chance even to catch him, unless there are different fortunes written way up in the sky, and what can be could be is a great attempt by Angad. Didn't make that, but nonetheless,
It was a great putt by him, and one wonders whether those two three putts are going to actually really cost him.
from the looks of it, not really going to cost him. They actually have put a lot of pressure on his game. A man of his caliber would definitely not be expecting a three-putt bogey, at, at least not even once. Forget about having it done twice in one particular round. I wonder what's Lohan wondering. Abhinav finds himself at 14 under par alongside Amardeep Malik, which puts them at a tie of fourth position. All right, so I think his ball is deep embedded, and there could be a sprinkler which could provide the much desired relief. I guess he's waiting for the referee to come in and gauge the situation. Always a smart call to use the ref in case you're in any kind of doubts.
Absolutely, they're there to help the golfers and players.
Yes, none of the players willingly or unwillingly want to breach the rules of play. The standards of etiquettes are very, very high on the tour, as we have already seen not only on the television screens but experienced it firsthand. Now here's a look at Khalil trying to maybe put this as the last stroke of the week for him on the 18th hole, which is also the 72nd hole for the tournament. It is a tricky part because this green is way uphill as you progress towards the back half of it. Little bit of work left for Cullen to get out and maybe call it a tap in for his par attempt. The severity of this hole is quite extreme. It also it makes sure that you have to move the ball substantially left to right because of the dog leg it possesses and the overhanging trees. But at the same time, you have to contend with the water in play. Now, no
Yes, it
such.
demands a specific ball flight as well.
Yes, it's a very daunting tee shot. You have to execute it to near perfection to have good angles to attack with the approach shot. Lohan has gone the aerial route, and that ball came up a little short from where he would have wanted it to land. Work cut out for Avinav on the last hole. Abhinav would not want to drop a shot and relinquish the tied fourth position, which he currently withholds with Amardeep Malik. And with the scores being updated, Gaganjeet is further distant himself from Angachima at 21 under par. So it's safe to say it's lights out for anybody who was trying to catch him.
Looks like it. Ganganjeet still 2 holes to go, so we don't want to rush into any conclusions. But Ganganjeet definitely showing why he is who he is.
Well, yes, no conclusions need to be rushed in as Amardeep Malik is off with his attempt to make a birdie on the 72nd hole. Very small tap in left for him to call it a day and also at the same time call it a week. Not very happy with the outcome of his result, but he's quietly gone about his business and put up a 3 under par score for the final round. Yes, and with that birdie on 16th hole, for the very first time, somebody has reached 21 under par, and if that remains to be the case, as further just explained by my co-host, nobody has secured this title at that low subpar. Around 21 under par will be the first time breached at Chandigarh Golf Course. Previously, it was done by two gentlemen, Rashid Khan and Ajitesh Sandhu, which went into extra time. And in 2019, it was Ajitesh Sandhu who prevailed over Rashid. So 20 under par is the lowest till what we have seen as the winning total. I'm sure Gagan already has breached that, and I won't be surprised if he can better it by a shot.
Indeed, because one of the more impressive things was him birding number 15. I mean, players are thinking of a par as a stroke gain there. For him in this situation on day four, to come up, raise his hand, and say, you know what, I'm going to just do one better and actually make a birdie. And that's a wonderful putt by Abhinav
Yes.
Lohan, finishing his campaign for this week.
Yes, that smile's more about a sign of breathing relief. And there you have Varun Parik trying to leg to chip from the front half of the green. Not very happy with the where the ball has ended up, but it's inside 3 feet, so not much of a no harm, no foul. There's Kalin Joshi after that forgetful 13th hole. He managed to birdie the 16th, and which puts him at 13 under par, and he cleans up for his par attempt. 13 under par would put Kalin at tied sixth alongside Karandeep Pocher, Mikhail, Rahil, and Sunit for the moment. And here's our first look at the ninth hole for Divyanshu Bajaj. Divyanshu's having not the best of seasons this year. He played exceedingly well last year. He was very close to securing his title win. Narrowly wades the hole that ball after that par attempt. Well, the superstar of Indian golf, Mr. G. Milka Singh, is also done with his round. He finds himself at a total of 287, which is one under par for the week. So, with so many responsibilities being shouldered by him, one under par is an maybe acceptable stroke for us, but the standards which he sets himself up for, I am sure he'll be more than not pleased with that result. Divyanshu, after making an eagle on hole number second, is par for the day.
Well, now for his cleanup. And slides by from under the hole. We finally move our way back to the leader group. We watch Yashash on our screens.
Yes, Yashas has gone the more precision way on this hole as he's elected to lay up in the middle of the fairway. I'm presuming a 4 iron or a 5 iron these days on that particular spot where his golf ball has ended up will give him a full gap wedge in. So, not a bad idea at all. What's interesting is to see how Angad Chima and Gaganjeet Bhullar have gone about their business. I mean, Gagan, quite frankly, does not have to do anything much rather than just play regulation golf, as whatever the heavy lifting he had to do in his round has already been done by him. Now it's a matter of just relaxing for the last two holes and making sure that no misstep presents itself.
Still going through his familiar deliberate routine, visualizing getting the ball right in his head.
Well, there are only just two ways to play about this hole, and especially for Angad, just the one way to play about this hole: make sure that he's being aggressive and give himself most of the opportunity to definitely make sure that he birdies the hole, or rather than try and eagle the hole. And the only possible way is try and make the driver land on the green, and you can see one golf ball on the green, which I'm presuming is Yashas. You can see Gaganjit Puller on the far right side of your screens, which would actually be the left hand side of the fairway. And if that's where his golf ball is, he's got the entirety of the green to work with.
Yes, if that is indeed his tee shot, he's got some great, put himself in a great lead. And now the left side of the fairway in the middle of our screens would be Gaganjit. He seems to be in the bunker there.
There's a grass bunker and a greenside bunker. It will be interesting to see where he is. Well, the setup suggests it's the greenside bunker.
I think it's in the sand actually.
Yeah, it seems like he's in the greenside bunker. Yeah.
One of the tougher shots there. Yeah, a lot of room to work with, and that usually makes the bunker shots slightly difficult.
Well, you can see a ball on the right half of the green that could very much be Younger Chima's tee shot, or was it his approach shot? We'll soon come to know. If it's his tee shot, it's he's given himself at least a very good look at an eagle chip in.
We're still not sure. We'll soon find out what they're all putting for. But Gaganjit still has the wedge in his hand, so maybe he's overshot it or no. He's just waiting for his caddy to bring him the putter. So he's hit it over the flag, but I feel given the distance of that bunker shot, he's put himself in a good position still. And I think if he makes this putt, it's going to be curtains out for the field. Yashas for his three would have wanted to be much closer than he is on this hole. Taking a swipe, coming up a little short, as has been the trend for the day.
Yes, Angad being very, very decisive and measureful of the shot he's going to execute, as there is no room for error left for him. I mean, at this point, it's only do or die situation for him, and let's hope this is his eagle attempt coming up on the 17th hole.
Going first would suggest that Gaganjit is in closer range for his attempt, and Angad comes up a little short. He had the line and suggesting that the fringe probably took a little bit of more speed out of the putt than he imagined. There's going to be a two putt there. We'll soon update you with what. We'll soon update you with what the score for that hole was for him.
Well, with that attempt gone astray, it's more of a sign of relief for Gaganjeet, as we would presume this to be his birdie attempt coming on hole number 17th.
And not to be for Gaganjeet on number 17.
Yes, just under borrowed that a little bit. There was more break than he anticipated. But the position which Gaganjeet has placed himself, it is not for him to do much or anything for the matter. All he has to do is just walk the 18th hole and imagine lifting up the trophy which he's already secured for himself.
And I think the troubling part for him is just the tee shot. As soon as he puts that in play, he can put himself anywhere on the green, and it's the title is his.
I mean, with the distance, he's daylight which is put between him and his closest pursuers. I don't think that tee shot is also going to pose any threat to him. All he has to do is just merely walk the 18th hole, and the winner check. I'm sure the makers are ready and already engraving the names once again for the superstar. The day has transpired for the leader group, and
A
very
sizable gallery making their way to the 18th green now.
yes, a very massive gallery making its way in different formats, walking or be it in carts.
Surprisingly, they're probably used to this as well. Some of them have been coming for years, watching the same event. And how many times would they have clapped and appreciated and admired Gaganjeet lifting the trophy here on the very same green?
Well, quite a few times, I must say. Don't have the stats exactly on our hands, but with the number of titles under Gaganjeet's belt, this will be one more notch for and one more spot in the trophy cabinet acquired.
Yes, and so many guys must have woken up in the morning wanting to watch these guys play, and they would have been sure that they're going to do the same that they must have done a year, 2 years, 3 years back for Gaganjeet is on the 18th hole, waiting for him to walk in and lift the trophy. But still, another hole to go. Things can get very exciting in golf.
Yes, they can definitely get exciting, but Gaganjeet with the daylight just makes he's already make sure that the titles is going to be engraved. I mean, the trophy is going to have his name engraved on it, and well, what can actually happen is a birdie by Yashas can put him into a tie with Angad if Angad has made par on 17th. Yes, and with the updated score, it suggests so. So it's more of a fight between for the second position for Angad to keep it for himself, or Yashas to try and up his game by a stroke and catch up Angad.
Absolutely, because now it's just a matter of playing for seconds for Angad and Yashas, as we have our leaderboard on the screens. Gaganjeet Bhullar at a whopping 21 under par, followed by Angad Chima at 17 under, 4 shots adrift, 4 shots too many with 1 hole to go, and Yashas finds himself at 16 under par.
And on your screens, the for live from Chandigarh Golf Club is the current standing leaderboard for the progression of round four. We have Buller at 21 under par, which is 4 shots clear of Angad Chima at 17, Yashas at 16 under par, and Abhinav Lohan at fourth position, 14 under par. Thereafter, we have a string of players at 13 under par. We have Arundeep Kochar, Mikhail Ortolani, Amardeep Malik, Kalin and Joshi, Sunit Bishnoi, and Rahil Kanji bunched up at 5 under par. Sorry, bunched up at fifth position at 13 under par, which is a total of 275. So, some serious subpar rounds being projected by these players at a very, very difficult track. Chandigarh is no slouch, and it just goes to say that scoring average of Professional Golf Tour of India is getting extremely good.
Absolutely, and no surprises there why Gaganjit Bhullar is who he is, sitting atop the leaderboard quite comfortably. And if he manages to finish at 21,
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
chatting amongst themselves what their favorite shot might have been today, which hole, as the players all having teed off from number 18, making their way onto the fairway, or rather hoping that they're all making their way towards the fairway.
Well, while the leaders are finding their way towards their respective tee shots, it's Akshay Sharma and Sarthak Chibber who have locked in the best scorecards for the day at 6 under par alongside Harsh Gangwar. So the lowest round belongs to these three gentlemen. Exceedingly well done to shoot a 6 under par on the final day with such tucked in flags. And under the radar are two people who have kept their scorecards absolutely spick and span and have thrown in a dash of red in there is Abhinav Lohan and Karandeep Kochar. Both shot a equal of 4 under par with no blemishes on their scorecard. Very, very clean slate playing also was done by the former Indian Open winner C. Muniappa, who finds his way back into deep reds, which puts him at tied 11th position. C. Muniappa fired up 5 birdies and rest all pars, which catapulted him to 12 under par, tied 11th. Good to see him come back after the injury and relishing his time under the sun. Well, there you have Yashas sizing up his approach shot on the 18th hole, which is the 72nd hole for him. And the new use of Bushnells allows the players to take full advantage of yardage. I would like to understand why would his ball be that far back in the fairway? Maybe clip the trees while it was on its way off because Yashas is has got serious distance and being that far back could only mean that that ball clipped a few branches on its way.
Presumably so. I mean, he wouldn't have laid back so far back. He's not one of the more, and he's not overly aggressive, but he's not also a conservative golfer. He does
Yeah.
take his chances and risk. I think he probably clipped something on the right and fell back to the left, or something
Yes,
on the left.
it definitely makes it a very, very daunting approach shot after from that far out. And from the exaggerated finish. He's trying to cut it back in from the center of the green.
Play something flighted. Was he? Do you think he laid up? He was so far back.
It could be a realistic possibility that he's just punched it somewhere or flighted it all the way up till there, because he does not want to drop a shot, although he can. It will still be tied third.
I guess where we
Sorry, not
find
tied third. He'll still be standalone third, because the closest is Abhinav Lohan at 14 under par.
I guess
But
where we find Gaganjit Bhullar, middle of the fairway.
yes, no surprises. Bull has not put many faltering steps in his way towards securing his one more title on his Tri City location. Watch out for this wall to be a little left of the flag.
I mean, I know they say it's not in till it's in, but I think we can pretty much say that Gaganjit Bhullar has put an authoritative stamp.
Yes, with 4 shots daylight between his closest pursuer, it is done and dusted. There is no debating that fact. It's a matter of how much better he can do about it. And uh, all anybody else can do is make sure that they do not drop any shots. And what's interesting is to watch where Angad's approach shot is being lined up from. Because between Angad and Yashash, there's just one shot and substantial prize money to be pocketed, and even world ranking points. They do not want to drop unnecessary shots and give each other the clear line of sight for second position, which is currently held by Angad Chima.
So I'm not sure where Angad ended up. Probably on the left side. He couldn't have been that far ahead. And this is Angad now from the
He
left.
is on the left hand side, and he's done the thing. He's just kept it low and run it up all the way till the back edge of the green.
Just a little off there.
Yeah, but he's done the smart thing. He's taken the water out of play, and from that angle, he's got most of the green to work with. What he'll have to contend with is a slightly steep side slope from his left to right.
Both Yashas and Angad, they both have left themselves to make a part. I think if it's only between them, given where they are right now, because fourth position currently held by Abhinav Lohan is at 14 under. So no matter what they do, uh, they're going to at worst interchange their positions. So even if Angad and Yashas drop a shot each, they're still going to be second and third.
Yes, it's in the hands of mostly Angad Chima to drop a shot, because Yashas is definitely got his work cut out to secure his power from where he has ended up after his approach shot.
Yes, and
I mean,
no matter what happens, no change is going to happen with the leader currently.
yes, that's pretty much done and dusted post what has been a prolific show of ball striking, calm composure, nerves, and extremely stressless golf displayed by Gaganjit Bhullar to secure one more title for himself. Well, stranger things have happened. You never know. Angad can chip in and up his tally to 18 under par. And so can be the case with Yashas. Both are extremely talented when it comes to being able to score or showcase how low they can go up. Yashas has gone the aerial route, not got the desired result what he was hoping for.
Still finds himself not on the putting surface.
Yes.
Well, even if he doesn't gain a shot on Angad, he is still going to finish in the position he is, even if he drops a shot. But there on our screens, the man of the moment, the man.
I wonder what's going
This
between
week.
Buller's chain of thought as of right now. Maybe thinking of what he's about to express while he receives that trophy, because that's the only.
I'm not sure. Maybe he's confused about the win number. What at Chandigarh Golf Club? He's probably forgotten. He's won so many times. Yeah.
Well, we've seen Buller express using his fingers to showcase to the gallery at the amount of wins he's had internationally. It would be fun if he can recall on his winning titles and do the same over here.
Absolutely, and that's a great problem to have. It's like, did I win seven, or will this be my ninth?
And here's the chip shot coming from Angad.
He's fluffed it a little. He's probably the live must have been
Yeah.
really good, and the club must have gone under it.
Yes, so mere formalities left for Gaganjit Bowler. Maybe he can hold this putt and make the winning margin a little more steeper. And as he's already at 20 under par, nobody's reached that subpar low as if 20 under par.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's been very impressive, and I feel it's a great learning curve for Angad and Yashas both, especially Angad Chima, because that one victory doesn't do justice to how he plays and his game and his consistency. And I think it's a matter of time when he closes out a tournament and then he does that a few more times in a short span of time. Yashas, of course, fresher on the scene, but also someone who knows how to be there, knows how to contend and compete.
Yes, not the desired result what Angad would have hoped for him when he started the day, but a second position paycheck is a hefty one, and he's been there a lot of times. Matter of time when he again breaches into the winner circles. It'll be a nice gift for himself. Recently married, could definitely use the currency which follows with it.
As far as Angad is concerned, I feel this week might be slightly disheartening for him because he's not winning. But I feel time and again you find yourself in the top five, top 10 every tournament. It's a good problem to have, and soon one of the events very nonchalantly, without making a lot of effort, you're going to just close out a tournament, and then that's going to just be followed by more and more wins, and it's not too far from now. So top fives, top tens, being one of the better players in the country, I don't think there's anything wrong in that. That should only boost his confidence. And even for Yashas today, I mean, you're falling. Both these players have fallen short of one of the stalwarts of Indian golf, not just some multiple winner here and there. I mean, he's a global star.
Yes, Angad's been in and around, been there one before, been there in second positions quite a few times. He's had a prolific last season also. Matter of time when he breaks through with his next win. Yes, it would definitely be not the desired result what he was expecting for, but as they say, professional golf tournaments, there's only one winner, and rather unfortunate for Angad. It's he came across a very formidable force in terms of Gaganjit Bulla. But seeing how much amount of hard work he puts in, mere matter of time when he also does the same thing once more and lifts up the winning trophy.
Yes, and that's a wonderful
Yes,
part.
that's a wonderful sign of relief for him. He's secured his par after a lot of effort. I guess that second shot helped him around, and the flat stick coming up to the rescue, and he secures his second position. Now to the man of the week, man of the hour, and Gaganjit Buller to finish the tournament in a very comfortable position, and he has done that exceedingly well.
There we have it. The familiar smile and hat tip by Gaganjit Bhullar also breaking the winning record for this tournament at 21 under par. There's all the fans coming in, kids cheering on, extremely happy. Getting a little watering down.
Yes, Gaganjit trying to share the moment with his family, and while There's a horde of gallery trying to acknowledge and get a photograph or maybe a signed ball and a handshake by the superstar of the Tri-City, Gaganjit Bhullar. Big congratulations to him for clinching the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club in sheer style, which he's done year in, year out whenever he's walked these pastures.
Almost made it his home ground in the sense that if he walks onto the Chandigarh Golf Club, no matter who's playing, what the field is, you must know that he's the man to beat. And a wonderful moment there with him and his family, with the crowds coming in, clicking pictures. Great, great tip of appreciation and acknowledgement. Some wonderful golf by him as well. I mean, 21 under par in a golf course like Chandigarh, not at all an easy task. Flawless golf for 4 days for him.
Yes, it's a very difficult feat what he's achieved, and he knows any and everything how to go about it. Now, very shortly, we will be proceeding towards the prize presentation, and it's good to see Karandeep Kochar hanging around to congratulate his fellow professional. Bowler has paved a serious path for the youngsters to walk in his footsteps, which he picked up from his idol, Mr. G. Milka Singh. Good to see the legacy continue and the tournament staying pretty much at home.
Yeah, absolutely, what Mr. G. Milkha Singh did for players like Gaganjit Bhullar, he's now doing for players like Karandeep Kochar, and the trend continues, which would also mean that Indian golf is heading in the right direction, and that confidence, right, of Gaganjit getting the scorecard in, yes, that is important to officially make it, to make it official, you've got to sign the correct scorecard and make sure that your due diligence is done.
We could pretty much feel a fan moment between Karandeep Kochar walking behind Gaganjit, enjoying that what he's witnessed.
And Karandeep Kochar has been, he's done the same thing here as well. I mean, he's been a winner.
Well, here's a look at the final leaderboard for what has transpired over a stretch of 4 days for the Nissan Presents has gathered up, congratulating Gaganjeet for a remarkable win.
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling. It's a very comfortable environment. You're staying at home, and I've spent a lot of time with this course, so it's definitely very easy on the mind and the soul to come back and compete here. And at the same time, exciting as well, because you always want to put your best foot forward. So it's a good mix of both. Yes, it's been a while. I haven't played here since the end of 2022. So it's been really nice. I mean, the PGT is such a warm place to come back to. Although I don't recognize a lot of the new faces, I think the tour has gotten a lot younger, and there's a lot more new talent coming through, which is amazing to see. But it's been really nice. It's a very wholesome sort of a feeling. I think we do a little bit. If either of us is struggling with something, or if you just want to vent or anything like that. But I think beyond that, we try not to. Although having said that, it's a lot easier to have another golfer who you can share with, because you don't have to explain a lot of things, and it comes naturally. So I think it's a nice, easy it's a nice, easy relationship. When Thresa's not playing well, then it's me who offers the advice. But I haven't been playing well of late, so I've been relying on her and her input. And I think it really helps as well, because I think we understand each other's personalities also. So I'd say it's a pretty balanced affair. I actually don't play a lot of other sports now, but I follow a lot of sports. So over the weekend, whatever live sport is on, Formula One or football, or even cricket now a little bit I've started following. So I think that's definitely a nice way to unwind. I'm also quite passionate about music, although I don't play it as much as I would like to. But definitely listening to new music is something that keeps me going.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the inaugural Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. It's been a thrilling week of golf here at the Chandigarh Golf Club. We witnessed some outstanding performances by the likes of Michele Ortolani, Khalin Joshi, Arjun Prasad, Karandeep Kochar, Angad Chima, Yashas Chandra, Gaganjit Bhullar and Dhruv Shioran. But as you know, there can only be one winner, and at the end we had the most deserving champion. Now to start off proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Dr. Agnish Rajesh, Chairman, Tournament and Handicapping, Chandigarh Golf Club, Mr. Rohit Dagar, Captain, Chandigarh Golf Club, and Mr. Ravibir Singh, President, Chandigarh Golf Club. I request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Great crowds today. I love the gallery. Thank you for coming out here, braving the heat and watching the exciting golf that was displayed by these young professionals. Congratulations to Gaganjit for a super win. And I think he's been having a chat with Jeev and he said that this week is going to be mine. Well done. I guess you said it before you did play. Congratulations. Some great performances by the rest of the professionals. Angad, hard luck, my friend. But I'm sure that you'll notch up the next. You've been playing some amazing golf for a while, and I told you the reason why. So but just continue the thing. This week I'd like to thank Nissan for coming on as a presenting partner, but more importantly as a tour partner of the PGTI, as an automobile partner for the season. This partnership means a lot to the PGTI. So I'd like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, the gentleman couldn't be here this afternoon, but we shall definitely see him the next week. Bisleri, big thank you to you as well, because they have just started a new initiative of reusing the bottles. So they have been introduced to the Chandigarh Golf Club as well. And this initiative starts from Chandigarh, and we will continue this every single week that we are on tour. I'd like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club. I'd like to thank the president, Ravibir Singh, Rohit Dagar, the captain, and Dr. Agnish, and the entire committee for giving us the golf course. I know it's been tough because they've had to go into renovations much before, just a few weeks before this, and they could hardly finish it in time. But thank you very much. I know the pressure that you guys are always under, especially from the members, and you've had 2 or 3 events before ours. So, but thank you very much. I mean, like I said, that we may have the sponsors, the money, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the golf course, there's no go. I mean, the professionals need a good golf course to play on. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to thank the media for whatever coverage they've given us. I think we've had a fantastic coverage. Everyone involved, electronic, print, everyone. Thank you very much. ABP has always been great with our live streaming over ABP and Euro. So thank you very much. And I'll hand over the mic back. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We had a social media contest on the Pro-Am Day, and we'll begin by announcing the winner of that social media contest. I would request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the prize to the winner, Mr. Amarjot Singh Bedi. He wins himself an OGO bag for his wonderful post. We now move to the Pro-Am prize presentation. and I would request Dr. Agnish Rajesh, Chairman Tournament and Handicapping, to kindly present the first two spot prizes, the two closest to the pins on hole number 8 and hole number 11. And the winner on hole number 8 was Colonel Mandir Hundal, 4 feet. The next closest to the pin on hole number 11 was won by Colonel S.S. Gill, 2 feet and 10 inches. I would now request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the next two spot prizes. The next one being the straight drive on hole number 5, which was won by Mr. Pritinder Singh, 5 inches from the center. I request Mr. Mandi to give away the last spot prize, the longest drive on hole number 16. And the winner, Mr. Gurpreet Singh, 282 yards. It's now time to announce the team prizes, and we begin with the runner-up team, and I would request Mr. Rohit Singh Dagar, Captain Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly give away the prizes to the runner-up team, which had a net score of 54.5 and was led by professional Ajitesh Sandhu, with amateurs Mr. Aman Chahal, Brigadier K.J.S. Puri and Mr. Sandeep Singh Tur. Do we have Ajitesh's team here? Yes, there they are. It's now time to announce the Pro-Am winners, and I would request Mr. Ravi Bir Singh, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly do the honors by giving away the prizes to the winning team, which had a net score of 54.4 and was led by professional SSP Chaurasa, along with amateurs Mr. SPS Matharu, Mr. Darvesh Kumar and Mr. Chitwan Man. Congratulations to all the Pro-Am winners. We will now be moving on to the prize presentation for the main event. And I would request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the check to the runner-up this week, Angad Chima, with scores of 66, 67, 66 and 72 for a total of 17 under 271. Angad Chima of Chandigarh playing at his home course. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. He's been a picture of consistency since last season with several top 5 and top 10 finishes. It's now time to announce the grand prize, and I would request Mr. Ravi Bir Singh and Mr. Rohit Singh Dagar to kindly jointly present the giant check and trophy to our winner this week, who won his 25th career title, his third win at the Chandigarh Golf Club, and establishing the lowest winning total at Chandigarh Golf Club, 21 under 267. A big hand for Gaganjeet Bholar with scores of 67, 67, 65 and 68. Establishes the new course record for 4 rounds. He will take away the trophy and a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. Gaganjeet's young daughter is going to join him now. It was her first week in school this week. It's now time for the customary winner's speech. I'd request Gaganjeet to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Nikhil. I would like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club. This is a place, this is a golf course where I've played so many times. I've been a member here from last, I would say, 20, 25 years. Thank you so much letting us play on the weekend, because that means a lot to the game of golf. I saw so many spectators on the golf course following us, cheering us, because that gives a very positive message to the world of golf. And I would like to thank for that. Special thanks goes to Nissan. This is just a new beginning with us. And even though it would have been great if one of us had a hole-in-one, but I'm sure somebody will definitely have a hole-in-one this season. And last but not the least, PGTI, my family, my friends, everybody was there today to cheer me up. It was so special to win in front of my family and friends. My daughter, she's 2.5, she started her school this week. And it's so great and so inspiring for me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gaganjeet. Kindly stay on after this for the one-on-one interviews. Before we wrap up, we would like to thank presenting partner Nissan, host venue Chandigarh Golf Club, all committee members, members of the club, players, referees and officials, the co-staff led by Mr. Amritinder Singh and Mr. Surjeet. Thank you for the F&B, Mr. Aman, and of course a big thank you to the Pro-Am partner Callaway and our tour partners Rolex, Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for the wonderful live coverage, Eurosport and Golf Design India. Thank you and look forward to seeing you. A big thank you to the co-staff, Amritinder Singh and Surjeet. Thank you and look forward to seeing you in the second half of the year. We're done with the prize presentation. Thank you, gentlemen.
that's on the left. Can we take the recording of that from them?
Yeah, you can request for that.